Jack LaPrise, September 29, 1990. I come before you because I'm not behind you. Testing. He doesn't have the mic on.
Jim. When we get to the bottom of the steps, and he sees everybody, then we'll stop. 20 minutes to half hour. Because we got somewhere in
Well, we've just been informed that Jack's going to be here any minute. And as he comes down the stairs, we're going to be singing the song we rehearsed. Yeah. What do I take in my drink? Well, this is more important, right? Canada Dry and whiskey. Just be ready, you guys, because when he comes down the stairs, we're going to burst into song. If you only be loud on the la la la, that's all we need. I need the words, though, isn't that all? Well, you don't have to. Just go la la la. Terry will give you a kazoo, all right? Add 2. We'll give you a kazoo. Oh, Danny! Oh, Danny boy. Danny. You're in a duck. Ready? They double up on my drinks. I'm really a duck. You know that?
Huh?
I said, if they double up on my drinks, I can't interview them. We
Tell him white. White on the Tommy Tangy? You all right?
No. I don't do that, Tom.
I might.
Okay.
Not here.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I have no instructions to give you during this roast except to have a fantastic time. We encourage hecklers, believe it or not, so if you have something to say, go ahead and say it. That's part of the fun. No! Not me! You're gonna heckle everybody else but me. Hey! I've got the power, Ed. I can stand up here and tell everything that I know about you. I am...
You don't know anything.
Want to bet? Okay, anyway, when the roast starts, we're going to do the song. It'll be a half an hour before we actually start. The song Celebration will play by Kool and the Gang. That will be a cue for everybody to sit down. At that point, we will begin the roast. Just enjoy yourself. Just, just enjoy yourself because that's what we're here for. Especially me. I'm going to try. Jack's running 5 minutes late. Is that Jack's normal thing?
Is he still running or is he driving with Rosemary?
Rosemary's driving. Oh, shoot. 8:15 at least.
Make it 9:50.
9:15. By 9:15, we could be sufficiently buzzed and we don't care what anybody says. Yo. Oh, no, just be on the steps. Your sister married hypothesis. Sister married hypothesis. I won't. designated driver.
Probably won't come up here when somebody's speaking. Thing in the background. And then they'll come up, and then you find out from Norm what state they're coming from, and you can say all the way from
You should move the chairs up, though. Now you don't have to.
If anybody's around. Wonderful. Are you ready for this? Okay. All right. Good. Well, I did the rehearsal, but ignore all that. Tansy's going to lead us in song. Where are you coming from?
Way down here, Tansy.
We got you guys seated right here. Why don't we step up? Step up down.
Okay, you are ready for your song, right?
Yeah, but it's going to be up to you to lead us.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Not me.
Where are
Right, here's Tommy. Tommy, how you doing?
Tommy? Mary!
Tansy.
Hi, I'm Jen.
Tom.
And I heard somebody being
They're on their way down. Tom.
Okay, they're on their way down.
Sat in with you at Defiance, Ohio. Jack's brother, Quinn. Van Chester.
Go ahead, baby.
All right, we're going to sing without music.
He's going to play the music and start it up the same time we set you.
One chair down.
One Cheryl.
All right, are we ready?
Tommy,
Yeah.
one chair over here. One
Come on, give us an impegno or something. Come on.
As soon as he comes on, he does not know that you guys are going to be there. Tommy, I'm Kathy. I'm going over here. Oh, years ago.
Larry.
Yeah. Wait. Guitar. I thought you was bass player. Oh, okay. And we had a picture.
What a break.
You want to take this out of the movie, you can't.
And we lost it in the movie. Oh, good.
This is an old friend of mine, Marvin, the drummer.
How you do, Marvin? Yeah, Marvin Campbell. You didn't get much.
Oh, it was all good.
Well, that's because they don't know anything about tastes.
Oh.
You're going to be so
Okay.
I have to know where'd you guys come from? Where are you from?
I'll talk to you about that as well.
Okay, tell me before I introduce you.
At the end,
How many times have you known this one?
I think it goes through 10 times. When I've seen you playing so hard, I played bass. What are you going to drink?
Jim Beam. I just want 7 of them.
Jim Beam playing?
Yeah, on the rock.
On the rock. You want 7.
Yeah.
You all better sing 10 times louder than me.
Jack, you got about 15, 20 half hours to greet these people. Aren't you surprised to see these? They just beat you here. Go get yourself a drink, you're gonna need it. You didn't cry, guys.
Yeah, we get to meet him tonight, That's my picture. You got that post in there, gorgeous.
I got pictures in my Facebook, so my music. That's a good shot of it.
With me and Jack. Is it? Well, me and Tommy. I gotta say. I told her when I was 12, I had one. And I
excited. Don't do the wave. They're doing the wave. But anyway, first I'd like to bring to everybody's attention that this marks the 10th year anniversary since the first roast. You can applaud that if you want to. What I'd also like to say is you pick the time of year real close to gun season. I mean, Joe Stevens is in the audience. But since I was given this tremendous honor to announce the starting of the roast, and my favorite uncle, yeah. I thought I'd start it by my famous top 10 list. So I took a survey amongst the crowd today and got the top 10 reasons why we're going to have a third roast. Drum roll, please. Number 10, cheese dip was excellent last time. Number 9, I suppose it's all right, but I'm not having it in my house, goddammit. Number 8, Norman's roast updates are becoming a fire hazard. Number 7, good opportunity to shout, we know where you're going at the top of your lungs. Number 6, only Jack's friends will be here, we like small crowds. Number 7, to break in Kevin's house by spilling beer and smoking a lot of cigarettes. Number 4, a good excuse to your Patrick's famous siren gang. Number 3, I'll bet you 10 to 1 Mike LaPrise doesn't show. Number 2, Tom Tomorowski thinks it's a great opportunity to sell baseball cards. And the number 1 answer for having a third roast, sticks and stones may break Jack's bones, but words do permanent damage. I'd just like to say that women are definitely making their mark in the 90s here. Oprah Winfrey had the #1 talk show. Madonna is one of the biggest recording artists. My fiance, she's going to shovel snow this winter. And the 1990 LaPrise Friars roast is hosted by a woman. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring to you a woman who can light up a room by just flicking a switch. Ladies and gentlemen, your MC, Pat LaPrise.
Brace yourself, guy. We've been waiting since 1980 to do this. You know that, don't you? Our last Friars roast began with Norman first and Gwen last. And he said that was, discrimination against, what was it? Well, anyway, I think that's sexist. 2 men. After all, we're outnumbered here. There's more women on the dais tonight than men. I think that deserves a round of applause. More women than men. But we're not going to go into this sexist thing. I mean, that's so contemporary. We don't want to be like that tonight. We're going to go in order of talent. I'm going first, Jack is last, and that's where we're going. Hey, Jack, don't worry about it. We are here to roast a man who has given us nothing but sick jokes, lousy sax playing, and unversatile singing. He just said, Larry, do I sound like I'm repeating myself? Well, when did it never worked? I thought you guys would laugh. Jack has had 5 career changes in his lifetime. I grew into a link letter thing, and he said everybody has 5 career changes. Jack went from musician to bartender to accountant to manager of a newspaper and, musician again. Kind of looks like he's right back where he started from. But I don't think that, no, not at all. Seriously, Jack was always a musician. I mean, he's a real deep thinker. Everybody that knows musicians know they're real deep thinkers, right? I mean, after all, his philosophy of life is, I gotta be me. He wonders who wrote the book of love. And he ponders that unanswerable question, why the heck won't Bill Bailey come home? Anyway, several musicians got together and there were really milestones in Jack's musical career. I mean, everybody attributes the Yakety sax to Bruce. Okay, that's enough. No more booze. Don't be nervous. That's your line, not mine. Boots ran up with the Yakety sax, but really, a couple of musicians in Detroit heard Jack play, and it became a term then. He coined the phrase Yakety sax. But those same musicians told us that you're not supposed to talk and play at the same time, Jack. They also dedicated a song to you. It was Hit the Road, Jack, and don't you come back. You know, when Jack Stewart was playing in Marinette, Wisconsin, he met Audrey. Always the woman the downfall, right? He decided to not go on the road and pursue this relationship with Audrey. Well, his brothers told me that he was a real ladies' man before he met Audrey. You know, I find it kind of hard to believe. Rumor is that the girlfriend that he had before Jack had more chins than a Chinese phone book.
Where are you getting these jokes?
Ha ha ha. Who writes your material? That's from the first row. Set that up. How Jack got Audrey is a mystery. She's such a really sweet person, but I think it must have been his irresistible charm. On their first date, Jack picked this beautiful restaurant. He had candles on the table, you know, violins, the whole bit. He reached across the table, he held her hand, and looked deep into her eyes, and he said, Audrey, you have such beautiful lips. I'll bet you could play trumpet. Well, anyway, Jack was hired as a bartender back in Wisconsin, and really the club owner got a real good deal when he hired Jack, because he really did two jobs. He was bartender, he was also a bouncer. See, they had this little gun rack in the back of the, you know, like bars do. And every time there was any trouble in the bar, Jack reached into the gun rack, pulled out his saxophone, and blew everybody away. You know, one time we went to Wisconsin. We had dinner with Jack and Audrey, and Jack picked a restaurant. You know, the problem was it was 45 minutes from town. You know?
Playing with
Yeah.
a rock band.
He played with the rock band.
Same one I went to.
Same one Gwen went to, yeah. Anyway, Jack ordered a bottle of wine. He was being so suave, you know, like how he is. Playing cool. And he said, bring me a bottle of wine. He checked the date on the label. He sniffed the cork. He held the wine glass up to the light, and then he tasted it, and he said, fantastic. My compliments to the chef. Getting better. Hey, cut that out. You know something?
He's starting to cook now.
You know what he said? The last two roasts, they said, you know, that a roast could be on anybody, but the MC could be anybody too. It could be you or you or you. So if you don't laugh, maybe I'll do this to you next time. Jack went for a job interview after his kids started coming. He figured, well, you know, bartender, that's going to be enough money. So he went for a job interview. He was going to be an accountant. And he went to this place, and the guy says, well, Jack, you have to take an intelligence test first. So we have to see how smart you are, how quick you are on your feet. So the first question was, Jack, how many days of the week start with T and name them? So Jack quickly answered, 2, today and tomorrow. The guy said, well, wait a minute, you're half right. That's not right, totally, but you're half right. Okay, here's another one. How many seconds in a year? Jack said, 12. I said, where'd you come up with 12? And he said, January 2nd, February 2nd, March 2nd. And I said, no, I don't think so. Okay, well, I've got one more question for you. How many D's in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? Well, Jack had to ponder this one. Took a little while, you know. So he says, 111. I said, 111? Where'd you come up with that? And he goes, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee.
Trying to relax.
Will you shut up? You want to answer you? I'm telling you, every time we do one of these things, we got somebody different throwing in your corner over here. They're going, dang, I got to do it. Next time it's Jack's turn.
And that's good. What next to you?
Ha ha. Okay, Jack retired from the newspaper business to work as a musician. And he walked into the office one day and he talked to one of his coworkers. His coworker was jealous, right, because the guy was leaving. And he said, hey, Jack, what are you going to do with all that time that you're going to have on your hands? And Jack said, well, I'm going to finish my book. I said, well, geez, I knew he was a musician. I said, Jack, I didn't know you were writing a book. He said, I'm not. I'm trying to read one. Yeah, well, Jack used to start, all my kids are clapping. I gave birth to him, at least they're worth something, right? Okay. Since Jack has retired, he's used his time real well. He's now marketing a video. And he called us up on the phone. He said, yeah, I'm marketing a video of the songs that I've been playing all these years. I said, okay. He said, watch for us, Blockbuster. So Glenn and I went to the store and we went to Blockbuster Video. And we started looking for this tape. We looked under music, and it wasn't there. And then we looked under instructional video. Maybe he was going to teach something. Not there. Finally, we found it under hobby, and I'd like to show this to you right now. It's going to take a minute, but we finally did find it. The dust. Everything you ever wanted to know about sax. Riding in on Woody Allen's coattails. Okay, in closing, I would like to say that 26 years ago I met Jack for the first time. God help us all. He was the best man at our wedding, and we had a breakfast afterwards. So it was 11 o'clock in the morning, so we had this breakfast. They served toast, jam, the whole bit, you know. The only problem was, every time they would say, someone passed the toast, Jack would order another drink and propose a toast, make a whole speech for that thing. So it's my turn. I would like all of you that have a drink there to raise your glasses to open this roast. We are now toasting to the man from 1980. 1980, remember 1980, Jack, what you did? We are about to remember you, Jack.
I got that on video.
The sober one with the short speech. Oh, yes. He's not drunk yet. He's getting in. Our first speaker.
I'm nervous.
It's appropriate. He's nervous. Oh, boo. He's falling asleep. Did you guys know they're going to roast this man here that he's falling asleep? Our first speaker is Larry LaPrise, and it's appropriate that it be Larry. Because Larry was our first victim. He had to sit through this, and what Jack did to him, those of you that were here will remember, that during Larry's turn to speak, Jack stuck his face in the camera and said, hey everybody, pay attention, my brother's gonna be funny now. Jack jumped around like a jack-in-the-box. Every time we turned around, Jack's face was on the camera. You watch the video, there's Jack, right? At the end of the thing, everyone thought it had been a roast on Jack because the hecklers in the audience kept going, sit down, would you please sit down? Anyway.
I was 10 years younger.
You were 10 years younger. Yeah, you could jump around. It's not easy being the first speaker. I hate this. Oh. Okay, our first speaker will be Larry LaPrise, and he's a member of that trio. You know that trio. Larry, Quinn, and Curly over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Larry LaPrise.
Thank you, Pat. That was a real nice introduction. It could have been a little longer.
No way.
You could have told them all the good things you know about me. May I say hello to the dais of prominent roasters and acknowledge the roastee. I don't know why you came, Jack, but we're certainly glad you're here.
Don't turn your head sideways.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I also welcome you to the third almost annual LaPrise Roast. And tonight, this guy's the victim, the guy that deserves it the most. Let me ask a question. How many of you knew Jack before tonight? Raise your hand. Gosh, that's incredible. That's incredible, and you still came. I can't believe it. You know how obnoxious he gets.
I heard we had 3 drinks.
Now let's see. January 19th, 1931. My mother, bless her soul, I can't believe she did this, but she gave birth to the ugliest kid in the face of the earth. There was gloom everywhere this kid went. Some of you read about it in the newspapers. The younger generation, you probably learned about it through your history books. I'm talking about the greatest depression this country has ever seen, 1931. I hate to blame that on the Jack because he's never been with happy people. Every time they know he's coming, they get depressed. Jack spent most of his youth on Orleans, city of Detroit. He was about 10 years old and walked around like he was king of the block. That is, until a kid named Rudy moved in. Now, Rudy, I don't know, he just had it in for Jack. Jack, who never did anything wrong, always came to me for protection against Rudy because I was a little taller, a little older. Well, Rudy brought his cousin around one day, and he was a little taller and a little older than I was. And, of course, I gave him great respect, too. In fact, he was what we would call the Fonz of our neighborhood. I was just getting used to my two-wheel bike, and he was already driving a car. But Jack had a few friends on Orleans Street. One was arrested for driving a getaway car in a holdup. And the other members joined to serve the community as members of the 7 Mile Gang. And they weren't too nice either. But later on, Jack decided that he wanted to become a famous saxophone player. And he said, Larry, I've got a list of names here. He said, I want you to go over them and see what you think. He said, I'm looking for a good stage name. I said, all right, Jack. And I looked at the first one, and Charcoal LaPrise? He says, yeah. He says, you know, like Coleman Hawkins? Well, I went out and looked at the other one. And that Galoshes Jackie? He says, yeah, Boots Randolph made them. A few other names he had. One was Hot Wind LaPrise, which I thought was good.
You like that, did you?
Then he had Saxy Jackie. And the third one was Triple L for Loose Lips LaPrise.
Let's hear it for Loose Lips LaPrise.
Now, you know, during World War II, they had a saying, loose lips sink ships. I happen to think, gee, if they had Jack over there, the war would have been over before it started if he was playing a sax. Can you imagine thousands of soldiers holding their ears, running for home?
You've had 10 years.
Anyway, Jack was offered a job on the road with a trio called the Toonsmitters. But he had to make one concession, that he wouldn't play sax, he had to play bass. And he said, okay, so he played bass. He went back to sax a few years later. In fact, Tommy and Tansy were playing at the Holiday Inn in Meriden, Wisconsin.
Dome.
And Jack walked, or at the Dome, I'm sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
All right, keep it straight, Jack. Keep it straight.
And Jack walked up to him and said, do you mind if I sit in and play sax? Well, Tommy and Tansy are very congenial people. They said, no, Jack, certainly, we would enjoy it. Well, they haven't been invited back to the Dome since.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Now, you know, Jack played bass, and Jack played sax, and some of you didn't know that, but he also played the field. But then he ran into Audrey of Meriden, Wisconsin, and she was kind of his match and toned him down somewhat. And I asked Audrey, I said, why did you marry Jack? And she says, well, he promised to only practice the sax in the basement. And she says, besides, I needed him. I can't blame everything on the government.
That went over my head.
You notice most of the guys that get married, they get a wedding band. Like I have a wedding band on there. I asked Pat, I said, where's Jack's wedding band? And she says, well, I gave it to him and he wore it for a while. She said, but it stopped his circulation. over the hill. And now let me return us back to our wonderful roast master, Patricia.
All right. We're going to count on this next verse to be really hard on you because he's your youngest son. And he's going to tell us all about what it would be like. You know, like Patrick, he's really cool.
He's got to have another beer first.
Another beer first.
2 or 3.
Trying to get him wise.
Patrick is a real sweet kid. We had him at our house for a week. After he left, people began to ignore me totally, and I could not figure out why in the world, you know, lifelong friends were ignoring me, and I thought, what the heck did I do? Finally, at a PTC meeting, I heard some whispering in the background. Someone said, "Did you hear what Pat LaPrise did?" And then it dawned on me. Pat, wherever you are, I can ruin my reputation on my own if it's all right. The other Pat LaPrise, Patrick, where are you? It's your turn. Come on up.
Yo, Pat! Hey! Thank you. Thank you. It's great to be here. This is great.
What an opportunity.
What an opportunity. My dad. I mean, what can you say? Look at him.
Talk into the mic.
Look at him. Look at him. The man's a weasel. But no, ever since he retired now, he's gotten younger. I'll give him credit because he's spent time with the kids and the younger people. And he joined our pool league. We have a pool league. It's myself, my brother, 2 of my friends, and my father. They all say, "Hey, that's a funny little guy." Who's a funny little guy? Who's a little old guy? I say, "Well, that's Jack." I call him Jack because I don't want him to know that he's my father. It is true. I put Jack on the Christmas presents. My mom says, "Why do you have Jack on the Christmas presents?" Well, I'm just so used to calling him Jack. But, well, my father, you know, he retired from bookkeeping after 30 some odd years, and his friends asked him, he said, "How do you do it? How did you retire, you know, at 55 years old? You're a young man." He says, "Well, I retired to concentrate on my music career." And, which actually means that he's going to spend more time in the basement drinking beer. Listening to old albums. I mean, old albums and beer. That's all it is. Every once in a while, you hear his horn. You hear his horn. Just to keep my mom happy, you know, think there's nothing going on. Actually, he can really afford to do this because, well, I'm living at home. I still live at home. I'm back home after 3-4 experiences on my own. He can afford to do this. He raises my rent every other week. Room and board, you know, just fair.
Beer's going up.
I don't mind him playing music in the basement as long as he stays there. I have friends over. My friends come over to the house, you know, wait for me to get ready and whatnot. One time I had a friend over just recently, within this past 2 months. Younger kid, he's like 19. I work with him. He plays in a heavy metal band. I show him my stereo. I have a good stereo, you know, pay a lot of money for it, I'm proud of it. And we're jamming out, and he had it crank. Pops walks in, you know, unexpectedly. I thought he'd hit the ceiling, but he didn't say a word. Disappeared into the basement. Come up a little while later, hit an album. Says, "You guys want to hear some real music?" Yeah, Louis Armstrong. Louis Armstrong, ear-piercing decibels. And my friend really appreciated that. He's never come over since. We don't go out anymore. We don't party because of my dad. But it's not so bad. I mean, having, you know, friends of mine, guy friends over is, you know, we party and that. But having girls over to meet my parents, you know, I say, well, you know, my mom's a really nice lady. She'll like it. I say, you gotta watch my dad. He's weird. Ordinarily, I'll introduce the girl to my father, and he'll come up and say, well, hi, my name is Jack. Just calm, casual. Put his hand up and shake his hand, so he'll drop to the floor. Just drop to the floor, like the girl threw him to the ground, you know. So, you get used to that. I mean, he does really stupid things. But this one time, I remember in particular, I had a girl over to meet my parents for the first time. And my mom was on the couch, and we came in, and she got up and met this girl. I said, well, where's Dad? She said, well, he's in the bathroom. So she said, he'll be right out. We stood around, and they made small talk, and walked on. My dad come on, I heard the bathroom door open, my dad come to talk to her, and he was really nice. He was normal, he acted like a human being. I mean, like civilized. So, and I thought, something's up, something's really weird here, because it's being too ordinary, okay? So, he's like, well, talking about her parents, and what she does for a living, this and that, and how old she is. I thought, Dad, this isn't right. You know, all of a sudden he says, well, I'm gonna go to Big Boy and get some coffee. Grabbed his keys off the round table and turned around, he had about 5 feet of toilet paper. Her eyes were like this. She didn't know it was a joke because he didn't come back to explain. I mean, he just kept going. It wasn't her.
You never saw her again, right, Pat?
Never saw her again. You learn to live with it. It's spooky. I'm 23 years old. I go out and party, you know. With a small town, we have a couple of nightclubs, and come home at night. My dad's still waiting up for me. I know because I open the door and the house is black, except for this little red cigarette light on the top. But that's okay. I don't mind that because if I see a little cigarette light, I know I'm not going to get hit with a hammer. Keeps a hammer under his bed. Boom. You're dead.
Keep a hammer on.
It's a scary thought. Spooky household. He's musically talented. I'll give him about that much. He tries. He's been doing it for a long time. I mean, you gotta know something. So my friends say, you know, why don't you do? And I tried piano, and I started with piano, saxophone. I tried the bass. I tried electric guitar. Finally, this past year, I bought a keyboard, a professional model keyboard, because I thought I'd get back into piano. And so my dad showed me a few things on it, because I haven't played it since I was just a little kid. And he says, well, let me just show you this. And he stands over me like this. And we're playing, I said, okay, and thinking he's going to go away. He doesn't go away. He's like, why don't you move over a little bit? He's like, why don't you show you this? It's like, well, Dad, I'm going to go grab a sandwich, you know? About 20 hours later, well, Dad, I'm going to go to bed. Okay. He's just going on my keyboard. I'm going to bed. I can't sleep because it's making too much work. How you enjoy yourself?
It's a nice yarn.
Yeah, that's nice. You like it, I know. You don't think I practice anymore because I don't practice when you're home. In closing, I'd like to say, he's, well, what can you say? I mean, he's not pretending, because he doesn't want to be pretending to be like someone else. I don't think they'd appreciate it. So, I'd just like to say I'm happy to be here, and thank you all for let's rip them up.
Yeah. Behave like that, and I'll share that name with you. I won't mind it at all.
First time he's been nice.
First time he's been nice. What's wrong with this, Jack? I thought we were getting you, not Patrick.
What goes around comes around.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but you gotta wait years. You gotta live that long.
He ain't gonna survive that long.
Our next speaker is hey, I'm going back in time here, 2 years. Is Jack's oldest sister, Rosemary. Now, Rosemary has always been the kind of person that people come to for advice. And when Jack found out that we were doing a roast on him, he called Rosemary, and he said, Rosemary, gosh, I'm really upset. I don't know what to do about this. And she said, Jack, just avoid that negative thinking. Use all positive words. So she said, don't say words like can't and not. They should not be in your vocabulary. And she said, do you think you can handle that, Jack? And Jack said, I can't see why not. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rosemary LaPrise.
I have waited for this moment for a long time.
Yeah.
I have roasted Larry,
I know.
who never gave me any grief, and I have roasted Quinn,
Be careful.
who is my favorite baby brother.
Your only baby brother.
And it gives me the greatest pleasure to roast Jack, who has made my life miserable. Jack has certain unlovable qualities. We all know that. For one thing, he is a pest. Before Jack came on the scene, Kathleen, Larry, and I, it seems to me, had a rather idyllic relationship. I don't remember any fights or disagreements, but when Jack grew old enough to talk, all that peace was destroyed. From then on, he thrived on tormenting us. When we were old enough to be left alone, our parents would sometimes go out on a Friday or Saturday night, and Jack would be his usual obnoxious self. I have vivid recollections of being in the kitchen, pushing against the door leading up from the basement. On the other side was Jack, pushing just as hard to get in and making angry noises. I don't remember how we managed to lure him down into the basement. But it was obvious that we could not let Attila the Hun come out until my parents came home. During this period, I used to scream. I was so frustrated by Jack's behavior that I would go into the bathroom, shut the door, and scream. And I think he enjoyed that. Jack is still a pest. For example, whenever he comes down from Marinette, Wisconsin, he could stay with Larry or with Quinn.
No, he can't.
Or with Rochelle, or with his daughter, Kathleen. But no, he insists on staying with me. He has always staying with me.
Thank God. Free booze.
He is staying with me now, but I have learned to and he brought a wife and children with him along through the years. But I have learned to handle things better now. I don't go into the bathroom and scream anymore. I just go into the garage and kick the tires a few times. Matters are worse if one goes to visit Jack. After he thinks that you're about ready to drop off to sleep, he will appear in the dark doorway with a flashlight under his face. He will amuse himself in this way. He will amuse himself this way for about a half hour.
He's better looking too.
Until he thinks he has thoroughly entertained you. One would not think that this pest could be sentimental. That's another character trait Jack has. He will cry at the drop of a hat. If you tell him the temperature, he will start crying because it will remind him of a story. Once when Jack was visiting here, I had some old negatives developed and was passing the pictures around. Suddenly we noticed that Jack was crying. I went over to see which picture he was looking at. It was one of himself as a child. Well, on second thought, I guess I'd try too if I looked like that. But Jack does love a good cry. He has a soft heart. He feels things deeply. Your troubles are his troubles. He will tear up for you, but don't expect him to help you. If you watch closely, you will see Jack brushing away tears during this program. It will not be because we are hurting him. He thinks we love him and are only kidding. No, he will cry because something we say will remind him of a story, and he will be having a really good time. One can't speak about Jack without discussing his music. One cannot say he loves music. If he loved it, he'd get out of the business. His musical career started when he was about 8 or 9 years old. Someone had given my father an old saxophone. Jack adopted it, and when my parents were gone, he would go down into the basement and practice. One night they came home earlier than they were expected, and they heard Jack playing the Sheik of Araby. They were so proud, they told everybody, "My son Jack has taught himself to play the saxophone." But you could tell. You can still tell. Choosing to play the Sheik was no accident. Jack fancies himself as a ladies' man. Some imagination. He should have played I Can't Get Started. Or Have You Ever Been Lonely? Jack is not too bright. One Christmas he took his saxophone on the 7-mile bus and went to the then exclusive area of Sherwood Forest to play Christmas carols in an exclusive Jewish neighborhood. He came home with a little money, thinking they liked his music. I'm sure they were paying him to go away. After high school, Jack enlisted in the Army Air Force. They couldn't trust him with a rifle, so they put him in the Air Force band. He spent his tour of duty basking in the sun in Puerto Rico, sending back cheap presents, followed by letters asking for money. After the Air Force, Jack went on the road playing the string bass. He taught himself to play that too. These are the mystery years. I have never been able to find any of those towns he played in on the map. All I know is that he ended up in Marinette, Wisconsin as a bartender. Then along came Audrey and gave his life some purpose. Jack will tell you that he plays the sax, the bass, the piano, the clarinet, and the guitar. If you pretend to believe him, you'll get rid of him faster. He will also tell you that he can sing, but he thinks the chipmunks can sing. Lastly, Jack's most predominant character trait, he loves money, other people's. Callie and I were entertaining boyfriends in high school. Jack not only asked for a quarter to leave, he wanted to be paid by the hour. But the most telling thing about Jack's love for money, I think, is when he was 15 years old. My mother was lying in the hospital just after giving birth to Rochelle one cold January. Jack sent her the following letter. Dear Mama, you're probably not feeling too well right now, but hey, we've all got problems. I know you asked me to do the dishes and the dusting and so forth while you're gone, but it's going to cost you. I don't like to be specific on price until I see how long things take me. Let's just say the sooner you get back to work, the better. You're going to need those paychecks. Do you think you can make it home by the weekend? I have my social life to consider, you know, and my music fans. By the way, I hope you're not expecting me to babysit the new kid for nothing. Your loving son, Jack, from your loving sister. Thank you.
Your family loves you. Our next speaker needs no introduction. He's the originator of the LaPrise Friars Roast back in 1980. He was our first MC. He was the second to become a veteran roastee. Our next speaker needs no introduction. He's the originator of the LaPrise in 1990. He was the first MC, and he was the second to become a veteran roastee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, when double your pleasure, LaPrise. He doesn't have notes.
I gotta bring my beer up here because I'm gonna be quite a while.
Talking in the mic.
You expect me not to drink it, is that right?
How about that Tom and Tangy coming all the way from Ohio? You know what? Tom's going to New York to do a recording.
Did you turn the mic off?
No, the mic's on, Jack. Just sit down, dude. And after that, they're going to Austria. You think they're friends of Jack. They feel sorry for him. They heard him play. This is the last time I'm going to let Larry count the votes. I voted for Norman. Well, we went out to see Jack a couple years ago. He's playing in a rock band.
No.
He's telling me what a great club this is. What a fantastic club this is. It's 45 minutes from town. It rained that night. And there's no driveway, no parking lot, or no sidewalk. I mean, the mud goes right up to the Jack says, don't worry, I reserved the table. Well, the table's between the pool table and the pinball machine. I did it already?
I remember your speech.
Well, when Jack and I were kids, by the way, Mr. Toth called, he wants his gate back. I remember one special Christmas, Jack wanted a saxophone. My mom and dad says, well, they can't afford a saxophone. So Christmas came, we all rushed under the tree, and my mother pulls Jack aside and says, we couldn't get you a saxophone, but we got you a suitcase. Look, I was professional at one time.
What did you say, Jack?
It's up to the sound man to figure this out. Anyway, he almost ruined my story. So Jack opens the suitcase and there was a saxophone inside. Of course, we all know now, it should have been a suitcase. Another time, Jack and I went to a movie on a Saturday afternoon. We saw the movie Boys Town. Then the following Sunday, we go to church. Well, Jack and I got in an argument after church, and he's beating me up. I look up at the priest, I says, he's heavy, Father. He ain't my brother. You know, when I was small, everybody in the family played something musical. My dad played bass, my mother played piano, Kathy and Rosemary sang, Larry played guitar, Jack played sax. So I asked Jack, what should I take up? He says, I'll teach you everything you want to know about the sax. So I took the trombone. Everybody knows how stupid Jack is. We were sitting around the living room and Jack was reading the paper and I was listening to the radio. There wasn't no TV back then. Jack looks up and he says, you ever notice in Detroit how people die in alphabetical order? Several years later, Jack and I bought the same kind of car. Brand new 1956 Chevy convertibles. Mine was black and white with a black top. Jack's was turquoise and white with no top. You know, I try to get along with everybody. It's impossible. I read the same book. I put it back on the... Well, Jack started playing a few clubs around town with his sax, And that's where the club owners coined the famous phrase, slip out the back, Jack. He's responsible for another phrase, jack of all trades, master of none, especially when it comes to the saxophone. Well, Jack played with a lot of big bands. He played with Jimmy Dorsey, Duke Ellington, Count Basie, Benny Goodman, Woody Herman. He's got all the recordings. You know, it's a well-known fact that Jack doesn't know too much about music. A lot of people you don't know. About 30 years ago, Jack had a 20-piece band, and he was the leader. I don't think they ever got a job. They were always rehearsing. And one time the drummer really got mad. They're always rehearsing, no jobs. So the drummer takes a 2-minute solo right in the middle of a song. Well, he gets done, and Jack looks up at the band and says, all right, which one of you guys did that? Jack thinks a jam session is toast and jelly at Vincent's house after the show. He is a dedicated entertainer, though. He played a benefit at the hospital one time. Put in a 3-hour performance. Well, when he got done, they turned the ward into an intensive care unit. Not only that, a doctor and 3 nurses quit, and a visiting priest jumped out the 4th floor window. Anybody see the show The Exorcist? Jack married Audrey and he went to Wisconsin. That's the dairy state. Just ask Jack, he's milked it for everything he could. That's where he coined another phrase, brother, can you spare a dime? Well, Jack's touched many of our lives. I know he touched me for 40 bucks. You know, there was the Marx Brothers, the Mills Brothers, the Everly Brothers, the Blues Brothers, the Step Brothers. Larry and I could never get anything going. We always had to bring Jack along. Well, seriously, Jack hasn't heard this story, and this is a true story. Years ago, we went out to see Jack, and we were just about getting ready to leave, and I had 5 little kids, and I spent quite a bit of money the night before, and I had $1 to get back to Detroit. I had a Visa card for gas, but back then a lot of restaurants didn't take Visa or MasterCard. Jack come out to the station wagon to say goodbye. This is a true story. And he gave every one of the kids a $5 bill. And I'll never forget that. You know, Jack cries and he's very sentimental. But to me, you can't be a good musician without having feelings. And Jack plays with feeling. And he's one of the best sax players I ever heard. I'm proud to have a brother like that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he helped him write that part. I think he did. He said, Glenn, I will pay you $20 if you will say. So discussing enterprise, you know, it's beautiful.
You know, Glenn lied as much as he does.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want, you know, to talk about Jack crying, and he does. Because at the first row, someone said, hey, it must be a party, Jack's crying again. He cried at the party. Oh. Anyway, our next person has a reason to cry because she's been married to him for more than half her life.
Gotta be Audrey.
Pitiful. Well, who else would it be? Poor Audrey. You know, there was a time, Audrey told me that it was a cold, well, Wisconsin was cold anyway, but it was a cold winter day, and Jack Jack was out shoveling snow, and Audrey was sitting in front of the TV, you know, just sitting there, and Jack came in, he put his hands on her neck, and she goes, God, your hands are cold. And Jack said, Audrey, when you're in the privacy of our home, you may call me Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, the godlike Audrey.
Well, first of all, I got my glasses, and I hope I'll be able to get through this.
Go ahead, try.
No, they're probably too strong. Probably. Mine is going to be nothing compared to what I have heard already. Everyone's great.
Go for it.
But okay. All of you that know Jack know that his favorite expression is, pay attention, I'm going to ask questions later. Jack, tonight, you pay attention, because I'm going to ask you. Jack has, a lot of good points, and a lot of not good points. How'd you women like to sit across from a newspaper for 31 years staring you in the face at lunchtime every day? I do. I sit there and he's buried in his paper, and I think, oh boy, this is my time to have fun. I'm going to get my nasty business. So I say, Jack, I went out to Penny's today. I charged a couple $100 on clothes. Is that okay, Jack? No answer. I think, oh boy, I'm safe. I can get away with some more unheard confessions. So this is when I say, I went to Larman's today. I ordered all new carpeting, new drapes, wallpaper, all new furniture. Is that okay, Jack? Sure, fine. Oh, boy, you could sell Jack oceanfront property in Arizona. As long as he has his newspaper in front of him. You know, Jack is a party goer. And I think this is a LaPrise trait. They want to see who will be the last to leave the party. Start about an hour ahead of time, because Jack can take one glass of beer, he can make it last for an hour. If he's not ready to go, he'll say, hey, as soon as I'm finished with this beer, I'll say, okay, Jack. When I get tired, I'll take it just so long. I get tired of waiting, I say, okay, father of five, and you think they're all yours. For over 30 years, okay? And he is also a half-assed musician. What you didn't know is he plays detective on the side. Oh. We were bothered with a window paper. And, can you cut that out, please? Edit. And the fellow next door and Jack decided they were going to stake out for this kid. So they did. Sure enough, they caught him in the alley. Jack goes out there and he says, okay, Buster, put your hands up, I got you covered. The kid put his hands up, and Fred and, that was our neighbor, Fred and Jack stood out there, and I listened, and I waited, and I thought, gee, this is going on a long time. So I thought, maybe they need my help. So I flipped on the yard light, flipped on the porch light and I lit up the yard and I lit up the alley, and there stood Jack with his little cat. And the fella had a big tire iron in his mouth. Well, that's when Jack decided he was going to leave it to Columbo. When I first started going with Jack, well, I brought him home, and it wasn't like other dates. My mom and dad used to meet other dates. They'd say, hello, goodbye, have a nice time. But not Jack. He took over. He took over my mother's kitchen. He messed it all up, made pancakes. My dad took a real liking to him. I guess being French maybe helped. But, you know, he had this beautiful convertible, nice 57 Chevy convertible. And I thought, hey, this kid must have money. He's got a new car. He's always got a little white shirt on, a little snappy little black bow tie. He's got to have money. He must have piles. Well, he did. Well, we had those corrected, but surgery. Before I met Jack, I was never out of Wisconsin. He took me to Vegas, he took me to Idaho, he took me to Florida to see our friends Tommy and Tangi, and he took me to the big city of Detroit. And you know, Jack, I think it's time for another vacation. How about the Bahamas? I already bought the ticket. You paying attention? Jack and I have this thing going, you know, he's got a little sports car. He thinks, oh, he's retired now, he's got macho, he's got to keep up with the kids, so he's got a little gray sports car, and he's got this stupid little 1, 2, 3, 4, and I don't know how to drive it. I said, Jack, if you ever buy another car that I can't drive, I will divorce you. Well, he thought about it. Sat there, we were having a blizzard, a good old Wisconsin blizzard, 30 below. He put his hat on, put his jacket on, and I said, Jack, where are you going in this weather? I'm going to order a sports car. Well, you know, a lot of you women probably have antiques. Well, I have a lot of lady friends that have priceless antiques. Beautiful. They go to estate sales. They go to auctions. They have beautiful antiques. The only antique I have is Jack. Well, I could say more, but Wisconsin is 8 hours away. They don't allow you to walk on the Mackinac Bridge, and I don't want to ride in the trunk. But oh, wait, P.S., one more thing. Oh, yeah. I ordered a gold medal. Well, all your friends told me. All your friends told me. On, you deserve a medal. So I ordered gold, because I like gold. Paying attention, Jack? That's it. I think I've said enough, because like I said, Wisconsin is 8 hours away. They don't allow walking, and I am not going to ride.
Planning this for years and years and years.
Should have got a better victim.
Yeah. They couldn't. No. Our next guest. Ready? Now we have a mystery guest. This was a bit of a surprise to Jack.
No, I've got to figure it out.
Oh, ha ha.
I didn't see him here yet tonight.
Huh. Well, we tried to get Dr. Ruth. We wanted to spice this up a little. Talk about Jack's sex life. You know, we've never done this before. but when we called Dr. Bruce, she said there wasn't enough to talk about. So we dug back into the archives, and we went back to St. Rita's, where Jack was educated. Now, we found an old teacher. I mean, she's 2 days younger than God, if her grandma was. She taught him in high school, and she said Jack just didn't learn enough. She said, I mean, you know, he's an accountant. That's a laugh. Hey, you couldn't have been, because he didn't learn anything in high school.
All right,
So,
introduce the guest.
we are, oh, more from the bigger gallery.
Let's introduce the guest.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from St. Rita's, Sister Mary Hypotenuse.
Now, you all know me. You know how I earn a living. I'll teach this guy for you, but it ain't gonna be easy. He's a bad kid. Not like teaching Bush or Iacocca, more like teaching Gwen. This guy, he's humble as a hole. Sinking, failing, down he goes. We gotta do it quick to bring back the memory on a regular basis. But it's not gonna be pleasant. If I had my way, you would have been in detention a lot more than 3 months, Jack. I'll swat you for 3. But I'll discipline you and teach you in 10.
Go get your voice changed.
You gotta make up your mind. You don't want to work. You want to cheat. You'll be in school all summer. I don't want no help, no friends, no relatives. There's too many jokers in this family. 10 months for you by yourself.
Your mother make you do this?
With that, you get the front, the back, the whole damn thing.
All right.
Sister Mary Hypotenuse. We heard that they needed a new math teacher up at Michigan State University, and we're faxing your picture all the way up. You can't go back there, I'm sorry.
That's the best I've seen Darren's.
Okay,
I'm gonna hit him with my purse.
now our next speaker, he's gonna hit him with his purse. Hey, somebody use that, all right? Jack's got a purse, that's something. Okay, our next speaker is Norman. We do not know what Norman is going to do.
Oh, no.
But we do know the reason for him being on camera. The only reason Norman wanted to do this roast again, and he coordinated the whole thing, was so everybody could see his face again on the video. Hey, Norman, if you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, Norman LaPrise.
My name is Norman LaPrise, and I'm messed up. Ever since the last roast, I've been seeing a head shrink, and he plays in a rock band. No, not my sister. Head shrink. Jack here plays in a rock band. Right, Jack? My name is Norm LaPrise, and yeah, Larry's son. In fact, all five of my head shrinks say that when I get nervous, that I should role play. So if you all could help me just a little bit, I'm gonna role play tonight, okay? Can you help me? Can you go dum like that, little dum? Also known as Jaws, the land shark, and I'm here to roast Jack. Attack Jack! Now, I wouldn't do that.
I need another drink.
Because that's the kind of shark I am. Now, I hate sax players who play in rock bands. Hey, how you doing, Jack?
I'm doing fine until you got up there.
Now, let me tell you something. Jack is from northern Wisconsin, and you've got to put A at the end of everything, or he just doesn't understand. So let me rephrase that. How you doing, Jack? A? Jack, J-A-C-K, Jack. I just don't understand it. Why are we giving this man a roast when some of the most famous Jacks in the world never got a roast? There was Jack Rabbit, who made dinner but never got a dinner. And how about Jack Daniels? He never got a dinner. Yeah, you betcha. And how about Jack and Jill, who went up the hill? They never got a dinner. Now, Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Now, that's not the way Jack tells it when Audrey's not around.
Jill fell down and broke his plum, and Jack drank all the water.
Broke his plum?
Right. Jack, J-A-C-K.
Good, Jim.
Why are we giving this man a dinner? I don't understand it. There was Jumping Jacks, who never got a dinner. And how about Jack Knight, who never got a dinner?
How about Jackass?
Who never He's getting his dinner. And how about the four Jacks in a deck of cards? Four Jacks in a deck of cards never got a dinner. Now, does that mean if you know somebody that's dealing with half a deck, he's twice as smart as Jack? There was Jack Apple and Jack in the Box. They never got a dinner. You know, we all could be bowling tonight, but no! We gotta be here roasting Jack! I don't understand this.
I'm named after a famous one.
Yeah.
The John.
The John, right. Now, I'd never say anything bad about Jack, because that's
the kind of shark I am. Now, you know, I'm really tired tonight. I don't know why I'm up here, but I stayed up real late last night watching a Three Stooges movie. Did you ever wonder if there was ever a script that was too dumb for the Three Stooges? Could you see it right now? Hey, Mo, I'm not going to take this script. It's too dumb. Yeah, you're right, Curly. Let's give it to Jack, Quinn, and Larry. They'll do anything to get on TV.
The roast is on Jack.
I like it. You know what Jack calls a person who brings him in contact with the spirit world? A bartender. Come on, you got to tell that. Jack's not much of an athlete. Look at him. He's not really much of an athlete there. But he did try out once for his high school wrestling team. Now, Jack, being Jack, he thought it was professional wrestling. And he showed up at the tryouts wearing a cape and elf shoes. Looks like he's still got the elf shoes. Now, remember that, Jack, back in school? There were no computers back when Jack went to school. All Jack had was a pencil and the kid next to him. Now, if that kid next to him would have applied himself, Jack could have been somebody today. In fact, I think Jack's still mad at that kid for screwing up his life.
You're right.
Cheer for the kid!
Yeah.
Cheer for the kid!
Jack was always getting into trouble in those early days when he was going back to in high school. In fact, one time he stole a purse from some woman. And he got caught, and back then they had lineups, so they put Jack in a lineup. They said, face to the right. Jack, face to the right. He said, face to the left. Jack, face to the left. He said, Jack, face straight ahead. Jack, face straight ahead. Then he said, that's the woman I stole that purse from. Jack? You know what Jack's always saying to his kids? Back when I grew up, in the olden days, I could get almost anything for a nickel. I could get a loaf of bread, I could get a quart of milk, I could get a comic book, dozen of eggs, all for a nickel. But no, not today. Too many surveillance cameras, right, Jack? Now, back then, Jack played with an organist. His early age, he started out playing in music, played with an organist, but he soon had to give that up at an early age. He outgrew the monkey costume. And he couldn't play.
Forget you're my nephew, you got talent.
Now, even at that early age, Jack knew what separated us from the animals and the monkeys. We weren't afraid of vacuum cleaners, right, Jack? And even some of us can turn them on, right? Okay. Hey, what's old, short, and smelly in here? Is that Jack or what? Oh, wait a second. I never say anything bad about Jack, because that's the kind of shark I am.
Yeah.
All right.
Pleasure.
Yeah. Oh, what's this? Music already? Slow it down. I got 20 more pages here, Kevin.
That's all right, Kevin. Turn like the music.
Now let's pick up with Jack when he was at an early age, just getting out of high school. He was 19. Can you picture Jack at 19?
I was 20 when I got out of high school.
Well, let me give Jack a little bit of help here.
25.
Okay, let's pretend Jack's 19 right here. Jack's 19. Got that? Jack's 19. Does he look 19? He looks the same as he did back when he was 19 years old. Now, back then, Jack's life was really getting going. I see a lot of blank stares on everybody's face. You don't believe Jack had a life? Well, let's give Jack a life.
Come on.
Okay. Jack's got a life now. Let's give Jack a life. Let's give Jack a life. There you go.
This way so the camera's
All right. Now, Jack's got a life. A few years later, things are going good. And of course, you know, Jack goes to the doctor once in a while. He goes to the doctor and he gets a checkup. And he goes to the doctor and he thinks he's having eye trouble. So he goes and he checks with an optimist. Goes to the optimist and the optimist says, "You're fine, don't worry about it, you're all right." Okay, let me throw this out. That's a joke grenade, okay? Optimist. There's no problem, he's all right. Okay, forget it. Okay. Too much.
No, do it. He didn't think he...
Anyhow, he meets Audrey, okay? He meets Audrey. And he decides he's going to share his life with Audrey. No, let's keep this life up here. Share your life with Audrey. Go ahead, Audrey. Share your life. Now, Audrey and Jack are sharing their life, and things are going great. And they've got kids coming and everything, but guess what? Jack decides to have some kicks on the side.
Now we got kicks. Now we got kicks.
Got the cereal today. You got
Okay,
me out on this.
Jack's got some kicks on the side.
Getting
Now, Audrey finds out about this, right, Audrey? She goes to the lawyer, and she takes Jack's life away from him. Go ahead, take the life away from Jack. Audrey's got Jack's life now.
Go ahead,
Okay, now, us guys, what do we know? What do we have to do to get our life back, right? What do we have to do? No, we gotta pay checks.
Oh, no!
So Jack pays checks.
It cost you a fortune.
Not just one check, but lots of checks.
More than
Lots of
one
checks. Come on, Jack, pay your checks.
Oh, there can't be right.
checks? Honey checks.
Honey checks. He's paying lots of checks. Finally, he
Writing out a
gets.
lot of them, too.
Finally, he gets some of his
Rice
rice
checks.
Got any milk to go?
Got any checks that count?
Who's got the milk? Come on.
He
bring
can't
the milk.
trouble all. Give him the check he's used to.
Now, wait a second. You guys might think I'm a male chauvinist, but no, because that's the kind of shark I am. I'm not a male chauvinist. No way.
There was some female in that shark, huh?
Now, wait a second. What's the difference between a light bulb and a pregnant woman? You can unscrew the light bulb. Come on. Now wait a second, girls own this town, right? I mean, they got more girls on this dais than any place else. Us guys are just renting, right? Yeah, listen to the women here. What's a woman's best friend? What's a girl's best friend? Diamond, you got it. What's a man's best friend? Dog, okay, that's why Jack wants a sex transplant. But hey, no way am I a male chauvinist, because that's the kind of shark I am.
Of course, Bucky, you're not. You are too, Master.
You know what Jack always says? You can tell a man something and it'll go in one ear and out the other. I've heard that many times. But you can tell a woman anything, and it goes in both ears and out her mouth. Now, every once in a while, I'll take some time out and I'll talk to a woman. But we eventually get around to where the conversation gets to, hey, I'm a woman. I went through childbirth. Well, whoopee-doo. I listened to Jack for a whole hour playing a saxophone. You got it. Now, if any of you want to listen to Jack playing a saxophone, you can listen to WPUK in Vomit, Wisconsin. But wait. I never say anything bad about Jack, because that's the kind of shark I am. Now, Jack says he can do anything. He says he can play anything on his sax, do anything with his sax. So here, Jack, I'm going to give you a challenge. I want you to take that sax, lock it up, and throw it in the river. Let's see if you can do that with your sax. Now, Audrey was in the backyard once, and the next door neighbor yelled over to Audrey and said, hey, tell Jack to quit playing that saxophone. If he doesn't quit soon, I'm going to go crazy. Audrey yelled back and said, it's too late. He quit an hour ago. Well, even a small town like Marinette in Menominee, Wisconsin is becoming civilized.
It's got to be a Detroit joke.
In fact, just the other day in Menominee, Wisconsin, there was a cannibal housewife who went to the butcher, and she was looking at the brain section in the meat department, and she was looking over the brains, and there was trombone players' brains, $2 a pound.
Be careful. Be careful.
Guitar players' brains, $2 a pound. Piano player brains, $2 a pound. Saxophone players' brains, $20 a pound. So she went to the butcher. She said, how come $20 a pound for saxophone player brains?
Cheap, but we're reasonable.
And he said, you know how many heads we have to crack open to find any brains at all? Now, if Jack ever asked you to go shopping with him when you're visiting him or he's in town, don't go. He is very, very embarrassing. In fact, one time I went shopping with him and he had to do some grocery shopping for Audrey. And he was checking things out at the cash register and a girl was ringing him up. And he put the toilet paper on last. And the girl started to pick up the toilet paper to ring it up. And Jack said, "Hey, do you think that's enough toilet paper for the food I bought?" Another time I went with him and he had to pick up a prescription or something and we went to the drugstore. And while we were there, he went up to the druggist and he said, "Hey, can you fill these? And I don't want the genetics, I want the real thing too." Remember that, Jack? I remember that. I never went shopping with him again. Now, Jack only calls me when he's depressed. And he'll talk to me for hours on the phone when he's depressed. And I'm sure he calls you guys when he's depressed too. But it's no use. He won't jump. No matter what you do, he won't jump. Now, when he was being treated for his depression, he went to the doctor, and the doctor told him that he needs to get more exercise. So if you notice tonight, he's rolling his own cigarettes. Okay, enough's enough. I gotta stop here. This is reminding me of a nightmare.
I gotta make your jokes a success.
I had a real bad dream last night. I dreamt that I died and I went to heaven, and it was terrible. All they had were LaPrise Friar's roasts on a video player. But the worst of it was they only played Jack's over and over and over. Now there is one good thing about Jack. One good thing. And that is he can keep a secret. It's not that he's superior to us. It's just that he doesn't remember anything. Now, I really gotta leave because that's the kind of sharp...
Okay, our next two guest stars, really. Hey, I don't really know why you guys came here. I mean, they worked with Jack. Oh my God. They've come all the way from Iowa. Is that one of your permanent residences? I know they're on their way to New York City.
Ho, ho, ho.
Bo-ho-ho? What is bo-ho-ho? I like that.
That's Ohio.
Bo-ho-ho, Ohio. That's a mouthful.
Marion, Ohio.
Oh, you just said...
Well,
Get out of here. I'm not going to listen to you. You're not right about everything. I'm not you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of people here who are on their way, really, to New York City to make a recording. They've been professional musicians all their life. They've played in some of the better clubs in the Midwest and all over the East. Hey, they came to honor Jack, and I think this is fantastic, but I hope they do a real job on him. Tommy and Tammy.
Right there on your left, Jack.
Oh, you gonna be first?
Well, no, you're gonna allow me to be first. No, go ahead. You always
I
get
think you
them.
should be first.
No,
I only know bad
Well, if I
things.
be first.
no. Wait a minute, we women go first. That's how you do that.
No, this is a man's world. Appreciate it, but it is. Now, first we have Adam, right? Yeah. Then remember Grace Sampson with the long hair. He was a stupid one. Yeah, he let the female get to his hair, which was bad. Don't let them get to your hair, man. They clip you for your hair, you lose everything. How I met Jack in Marinette, Wisconsin. Never heard of the place. We drove for 2 years to find it. That's right. We drove for 2 years, all night and all day.
You gotta tell them what happened when we were going in too, John. You gotta tell them that story.
Now,
It's the truth.
she wanted me to tell you what happened. Well, in that town, we were the only African Americans. Yeah, just lurking around the town, you know. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you know what happened? Wait, listen, this is very interesting. This is history. That's all right, history. Now, they had a call from Marionette saying that 2 black people held up a check cashing place. One was a fat woman and the other one was a skinny man. Since we were the only ones in town, the police told us to hide. I didn't tell Jack about it. See, but Jack was so, quiet and unassuming. He hadn't been around. He just played a horn and bass, And I had a family. He didn't know about the cruel world. That's right. Now, one night I was playing at the Dome. This gentleman...
We were playing.
Yeah, you don't play anything. Women just sing.
I've been playing with this sucker for almost 13 years.
But the gentleman came up to me and said, hey, I play saxophone. I said, yeah, man. He says, I haven't played in 13 years, though. I said, well, if you played once, it's like riding a bicycle. You can play again. And the gentleman had one of my friends that I went to school with back in 1775. His name was James Bean. He had it in his hand, Yeah, you heard of James Bean. So he went home and got his horn, came back and played.
But before he came back, he said, Tommy, you think he's really going to come back? And it was snowing. Remember that night?
Oh, it was snowing.
It was heavy duty stuff.
And I said, oh, yeah, he'll be back. He hasn't played in 13 years, and he likes 30 years. So, see, Jack didn't realize what I was doing is working up on some extra Jim Beams. So if he didn't come up to my standard, I'd be so drunk I wouldn't hear it. He came in and he sounded beautifully, And then it was, he told me, he says, man, you better stop drinking that scotch and be a what do you call those people? Patriotic. And he says, why don't you drink something that's made in this country? And I said, well, what could I drink? He says, Jim Beam. You know James, our brother, and he's produced in Kentucky. I said, what? He said, yes, sour mash. Saying, if you taste him, he'll be a friend forever. So,
Jack knows.
So Jack and I started consuming Jim Beam, and Jack thought that when we left Marionette that we'd never see him again. And I told him, yeah, man, don't worry. See, I was half drunk, he didn't know it. Yeah, man, we crossed paths, but what about the thing? And finally, we landed in...
Wait, you got to tell him he helped us load the motorhome.
It was cold and snowing. And as small as he is, the guy only weighs about 100 pounds with weights in his pocket and 4 or 5 jugs of water on his hips. To make 110 pounds. See, so he helped me load my equipment in the motorhome and all. So I told him, don't worry about a thing, brother. We will cross paths again. Sure enough, we ended up in Defiance, Ohio, and we called Jack. Jack said, I'll be there. Jim Beam was flowing like water in a creek. Jack and I were standing outside of the hotel. It was a Holiday Inn. And I heard 2 mosquitoes flying over. And one said, you think we should fly down and bite Jack? And the other one said, yeah, that'd be a good idea. I said, yeah, if you do, I'll drive. Yeah, but, Jack and I had a few little things. Most of the things were drinking and all, We are good Scotch-Irish people. I mean, I kind of died myself a little, you know, trying to come to him, you know, meet him halfway. Yeah. But I remember he came to me in Keene, New Hampshire. And Jack and I were taking a walk, and we were just reminiscing about the things that happened to us. And I told Jack, I said, you know, Jack, I have drunk some whiskey in my life. I think I'm embalmed at least for 150 years. So while we were walking along, we stumbled into a graveyard, and Jack fell in the grave. So Jack was hollering, help, man, help, it's cold, it's cold. I said, but man, what are you cold? You kick all the cover off you. Yeah, but no, we got him out of there, you know, it wasn't his time yet. But anyway, so I told Jack, I said, yeah, Jack, now what we got to do is stay in touch forever, man. So I went to a place called, I'm still in Defiance, though. Yeah, I went to Defiance, Ohio, went in a music store, and there was a button that you pin up here like this, and it said, sex is the thing. Jack wrote me a letter in the back and says, man, thank you for the pin saying sex is the thing. I said, what do you mean? Man, you got a problem. You know? Jack was nice though, man. Well, we went to Keene, in New Hampshire. And Jack got up there, man, he was playing saxophone. His smoke was flying from his keys and all. And the lady came, I think she was British. And she says, sir, do you realize, and he says, hum a few bars, and I'll play it. That's what it was, the zipper was broke. I love him, he's like a brother, man. Everybody that we introduced him to always admires Jack. I wish I could have found some of the other people that he's met during the time that we have been talking via telephone and writing letters and sending gifts and all of that, too. I wish I had these people. And Jack would remember some of them, Bernice Burke, Ken Barnes, Sugar, Dolly. Oh, you remember those? And what's the other one I was trying to remember from Wilkes?
The Oreos, don't forget the Oreos.
Oreos, but I was trying to remember.
Sonny Teal himself,
You
didn't play
met
with.
Sonny Teal too?
Yeah, you know, in Cedar Rapids.
Yeah, but how about the lady from Wilkes-Barre?
Totally.
Oh, yeah.
No, not Dolly.
Choo-choo.
Choo-choo. Yeah, Jack, the last affair we had that you attended, all of the women started to beat me up. And I called you, man, they told me you were 15 miles away. They wouldn't even help. I mean, at least swing the saxophone cases, something. Because Jack can't swing the saxophone case because he might break the jail beam. I also, from Florida, I sent Jack a shirt that said something that had Jim Beam on it. I called his house, and his wife told me that Jack was outside in January with that t-shirt on and nothing else.
See my next door neighbor.
I'm not going to look at next door neighbor, I'm looking at you. Somebody told me that Jack has written his archives already. So Jack has down in his basement artifacts from let's go a little further than that. From the year 2025. Now, I don't know how he managed that, but when you think about Jim Beam, you can manage anything you want to manage. I know Jack and I got so drunk one time, we visited 9 or 10 plants.
You sure did.
But I don't know, so I'm going to tangent into it. I like humor, you know. But I'm not going to try to get into that because I'm a half of a piano player, you know. For you, all of you who don't know me, you know. I played a few places, like Marinette, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. All these big cities, you know. on the bill, Jack. See, that's what happened to you. The last time you and I snuck away from everybody in Orlando, and there was a voluptuous bottle of Jim Beam lurking around in your room. We don't know how it got there.
I remember who put you to bed.
One of the problems with the United States is that women have too much mouth.
His mouth talked you into marrying me. What you gotta say about that, sucker?
Well, I'm not gonna lie to the truth. I'm gonna get right down to the nitty-gritty.
Get on your knees,
Now, here's what happened. I was in New York City, minding my own rich business. Yeah. I mean, you know, my salary was very weak because I had paid weekly. But she was saying that her friend needed a piano. All right. So I told her, I said, I don't go on the road anymore. So she kept calling. She must have called me about 10 or 15 times. And I eventually told her, okay, I'll tell you what. Tell me about the year. So she told me the price and told me, you know, it would be 2 weeks. And I took a couple puffs on my cigarette because in those days I was smoking reefers 5 feet long.
You are not.
Yeah, now, what happened was, I told her, I said, well, I think I can live in hell for 2 weeks.
Live in hell?
Yeah, but 2 weeks, well, never again, you know.
And you've been living in hell how long?
I'm ashamed to tell you.
No, I know.
But anyway, after we got there and we started performing, our first rehearsal was made with a flute in the bedroom. And so after that, we made the gig, and she said, you know what, we are going to South America. I said, yeah. I said, the Pope is Jewish too, you know. I said, I agree with you. And sure enough, 3 months later, we were down in South America. And that's when she pulled that nasty, dirty trick on me. Had me marry her a second time. Now you tell about it.
Well, I guess I can know I'm wanting to step down. This sucker been sleeping with me for a long time. We've been this close, he can stay now.
That's a lie. I was in the other room.
You were not in the other room. I gotta finish this story very seriously that I'm gonna say a few things here about this sucker here. He did indeed accept that engagement after he came off the road with Chubby Checker. And Sugar Greer, Rosie Greer's cousin, is the one who helped us, is responsible for me living this horrible life with this man.
Yeah, she's also responsible for me not having any money in my pocket, too.
But anyway, you know what? You all look at him. He looks real innocent. I mean, you can tell he and Jack are brothers. Don't they look alike, act alike, drink alike?
Hey. You don't talk about that.
All right, just wait a minute. I met him, let me tell you, I called him, that's right, I called Tommy, right? I made the call and I asked you, I said, would you, did you know where Hazleton, Pennsylvania, that's another small place, Georgia guy.
That's small.
Hazleton, Pennsylvania, we have a thing with these small towns. Hazleton, Pennsylvania, population, probably about a couple thousand cows, you know,
The population was like 5 people and 15 cattle.
Well, whatever. So Tommy thought it was a long way and asked me how to get there, and he asked, you know, could he fly? And I said, you know, I didn't know, but I found out that he had to take the Greyhound bus. I told him he did.
It was a trailway.
Well, the trailway. He was late, missed the bus, and when he came off the bus, I said, Thomas, I'm going to kill you. Well, girls, I'm going to tell you this. He talks about my big mouth. I'm a big woman. I like big things.
That's me, baby.
I tell it. Anyway, but,
Nobody can see me.
shut up, Tommy. guy, you know, he had his little cane just tapping and had this little corny smile on his face. Well, what I did, I said, well, since the man has a problem with sight, I better put him real close to me. Well, I'm gonna tell y'all what I did. We had adjoining rooms, and you know this is a mistake I made. I left the doors open. But anyway, I married this sucker in 2 weeks. With my big mouth that he talks about, I married him in 2 weeks, and we've been stuck together ever since. So now I want to say something about a different. I'm not going to take up a whole lot of time because to talk about
You have
Jack.
already.
To talk about Jack is like talking about a lifetime because it seems as though we both have known him actually as long as we've been together. In fact, what year was that we met Jack, Tom?
We met Jack, to be exact. I say, lady, we met Jack in 1980.
1980, and we started together in 1979, right?
No, we started together in 1978. I noticed that women have a problem with
Oh,
that.
shut up, anyway, you made me lose my train of thought. The next one you men out there that I see stand up like that little sucker right there, I'm gonna come and sit on you tonight. And if there's nothing else a big woman's got, I got 287 pounds to make you say yes, ma'am. Anyway, I got to tell you that when we met Jack, let me tell you the famous words. After Jack kept coming back to play with us at the dome, you know, we found him to be such a, y'all shut up now.
Shut up now.
We found him to be such a sweetheart. And I can still remember, now picture this, all of this snow, and you all know how cold it is in Marinette, Wisconsin. Coming down in Marinette, it was way below zero. We were loading the motor home, and Jack was crying. And hugging. He's crying. You guys are great folks. I'm never going to see you again.
Surprise, surprise, Jack.
And the thing is, he was so wrong. Ever since that time, Jack has attended almost every major function that we have given. I mean, he's been actually left out of nothing because he truly is a brother to both of us. I mean, he's traveled to us in all parts of the country. Well, I can't say country, but in the United States, different places. He and Audrey has joined us, and it's just been wonderful. And the crazy thing is this.
Don't forget to mention Patrick joined us.
Yeah. That's right. Jack did miss the last function that we gave.
Should have said the hell with that rock band.
And I'm not gonna say nothing about that rock band.
I should have said the hell with it gone down there.
But that he was playing, he had an engagement, and it was in Jet Magazine. We wanted him there because he's been with at all of our other parties. But we have an organization called STAY, which stands for Support the Artists of America, and we gave respect to Don Bubba Bexley of Sanford and Son, and a couple other senior citizens, because Jack was in Florida the last time we were there, and we had our benefit there and played. And every time he would come, he'd say, "Do you think I'm good enough to play with these guys?" And I want to tell you something. Jack can play the hell out of the saxophone.
You know what you left out? When Jack came to Orlando, we walked out of Valentine's Jazz Club, and Audrey was out there singing, "Start spreading on you." Coming out of the club. Who's the Drake drunk lady? You know, she was singing New York, New York. Wow. Well, you remember that?
And together, I want him to know that we did call some of your friends, and all of them really wish you the very best. Everyone loves you, Jack, and we'll always love you. And you know, this is the craziest thing. When we got the telephone call about the party to come, it seemed like everybody called us for a gig. In fact, one was already booked. And in between that time, there were a couple other things where we got calls to come for a gig. And we said no. And I said, Tommy, why is everybody calling us to come on the 29th? And there's nothing that could actually keep us from him. But one day...
Tell them that we canceled.
Yeah, we did. We canceled.
Yeah, we canceled.
That's how we're here. But I want to tell you all, and I left this on purpose so Jack would know. This big mouth that Tommy talks about, I persuaded the doctor. I was in the hospital. It's on my wrist. I just got out of the hospital, and I told my doctor that I had to be here to be with my brother tonight because I was hospitalized.
No, we haven't.
You talk about me talking, then you just
No, we haven't. I just want to close.
Yeah, okay.
Have you ever heard in school of a complimentary closing?
Yeah.
All I want to tell Jack, in honor of Jim Beam and all of the other good things in life, remember, sex is the thing, not sex.
Just a little bit of this. Give me a note or something.
Boom, boom.
That doesn't sound right.
We'll find it.
Boom. Boom, boom.
Did you pick your own key?
That's what I'm about to do because he got me off. Jim Beam is talking.
No, it's not.
Look, go sit down. Take the next hill. Y'all shut up, because I want Jack to hear this.
We don't have to sit on.
Hold it just 1 minute. Never thought I'd feel this way. What as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad I got the chance to say that I do believe, Jack, I love you. And if you and Andre should ever go away, well then close your eyes and know these words are coming from my heart. And then if you can remember, keep smiling, keep shining, know you can always count on me for sure, 'cause that's what friends are for. When in good times and bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore. Well, that's what friends are for. One more time. Keep smiling, keep shining, know that you can always count on me for sure. That's what friends are for. In good times and bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore. Ooh, that's what friends are for. Ooh, I love you, Jack.
pretty strong, Ann. Come on, Jack, come on. Come with you.
Tell it me no problem.
Oh, you guys are super. 10 years, never changed a bit. We had a great time relaxing when I saw you. Good. Relax. Beautiful, just beautiful. Okay, now we are about to take an intermission, but before we do, we have a speech by proxy. Jack's one daughter is expecting a baby any minute now or within the next 2 weeks, so she wasn't able to be here. That's Anne Marie. Now, the last row she wanted to be here, but she had her gallbladder removed. Now she's about to have a baby removed, and she can't make it this time either. So we keep telling, yeah, something. We keep telling Anne Marie, look, you know, get incapacitated after the roast, like the rest of us do. Don't do it before. But she will have someone read her speech in proxy. I believe it's her sister Kathleen. Or maybe Tom, I'm not sure. Kathleen's gonna do it. Why don't you drag Tom's butt up here, too? Where's Tom?
Let him read it. Right over there.
Where's the big guy? Get your butt up here. Oh, please. Come on. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Kathy LaPrise, for the first time, the second Kathy LaPrise. When Tom comes up, we'll have him join her. Thank you.
My name is Amber. I'm not a performer, I'm not gonna pull that. Can you all hear me?
Yeah. Step up to the mic.
There's a couple things I'd like to say. Probably the first one is it's gotta be a personal vendetta. Sam Pat putting me behind Tommy and Tansy. They're wonderful. They're not only great performers, but they're beautiful people. And my dad has ever used to describe them. It's like beautiful. They're beautiful, and they are. Thank you very much for coming. It really helps. Really quick, it's kind of funny doing my sister's speech because I'm not pregnant. I'm not blonde and I don't have blue eyes, but I'm going to do my best. It's kind of funny. I called Ann and I said, they're doing a roast on Dad. And she said, I know, I heard. But what is this all about? She had never been at one of these roasts and she really didn't understand what you do. And I said, well, basically, just think of all the stupid things that Dad has done over the years, or anything funny, and she said, oh, this is going to be easy. I can do that. She wrote everything down. And now I'm going to kind of go into Anne here. You guys will see me later, too, but I'll be more drunk by then. First of all, I'd like to say that, this is Anne. I'd like to say that I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here tonight in person, but I can appreciate the fact that the family had to go 500 miles in order to find some friends that would show up. Second of all, I'd like to thank Kathy for speaking for me, and if there's anything I say that you don't like, Dad, please assume that Kathy outlived it. All right. There, now that I have myself covered, I'll continue. Am I reviving or whatever? Yeah. Okay, fine. All right. Here goes Anne. I think if I had to write a book about my dad, it would be called My Father's Favorite Sayings. Dad always had a saying for everything. When we were growing up, see, they're laughing, I didn't even finish.
Tell them to hold the noise down upstairs.
Yo, upstairs! Quiet down! Yeah, quiet down upstairs! With all due respect for pregnant women, right?
Yeah, just because she's not here.
Okay. Really? They're abusing her. No respect.
You got the mic, Kathy.
Here we go. When we were growing up, we saved a lot of money on doctors. When we were young and sick, it always felt reassuring when Dad came home. Mom could fuss over you all day long. Dad would come home, he'd feel your forehead, he'd take your temperature, seem more legit. Then he'd look at you and say, my great-grandfather had that just before he died. You'd lay there and for a second you'd feel bad for his great-grandfather, and then you'd feel worse for yourself. But as I got older, I realized when he was out of the room, he was
was actually coming up with his diagnosis. A few minutes later, he'd come back and say, the truth, he'd lay the truth on you. Growing pains. His answer for everything. Ear infections, growing pains. Now, she had multiple ear infections, and when she was little, each time it happened, she had to live with the fear of looking like Dumbo. Strep throat, growing pains. It was easy, it saved money, right? Mike should be able to be in the circus for the largest neck in the world. Multiple infections, growing pains. Tonsillitis, growing pains. Well, there's a swear word in here. Go ahead, say Now, that was the hardest thing to understand, tonsillitis. Kathy and I went through the pain of growing the damn thing. And then he had the guts to take us to the doctor and have them out. Didn't make sense. Flu, growing pains. I don't know what he thought we were growing, but we were obviously not going to let it keep growing. I guess his theory rubbed off on me, though. For the first time, I believed I was having growing pains, and Tom kept telling me I was pregnant. That's her husband. She is Mother Tom. Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sure.
In the 8th month, she finally gave in and agreed with him. Well, Tom was right, and now you watch your father turn from a father into a grandfather. I guess this gives you the chance to see how your father treated you when you were too young to remember. However, I don't remember going out for coffee, donuts, and pop every morning, like Papa's girl gets to do. And I don't remember going for walks either. I do remember sitting at the supper table with a plate full of cold fruit in front of me. Dishes were done and everyone was watching TV. Dad would say, stay there until your plate is empty. And I was really starting to hate all those starving people overseas. They're kind of thrown in your face. Anyways, I'd sit there with cold potatoes, gravy, meat on the floor for the dog, which, by the way, we didn't have. Never could figure out why Dad didn't catch on to that one. Makes sense to you guys, right?
Yeah, it does.
But all Nicole has to do is look at Papa and say, oh, my tummy's full. And he picks her up and says, I think she's had enough. And off they go to play. I witnessed this, by the way. When Dad was on the lawn chair with his beer, we didn't dare bother him. But Nicole says, will you put your beer down and take me for a walk, Papa? And I've seen him do it. Which kind of brings me to a little section here. Ann and I were talking this morning, and we tossed something in here about pictures. When we were kids, we'd bring home our school pictures. Dad would kind of look at them. They cost money, right? Okay. Nicole's picture, it's on his key ring, it's on the piano, it's on the table, it's on his dresser, it's in the music room, it's upstairs, it's downstairs, it's in his wallet, it's everywhere. But our school pictures, he'd say, yeah, we'll buy them, we'll keep the rats away, we'll put them in the basement. Now, we've never had a real rat problem, and Dad hasn't put us down there in his music room. But there's people like Aunt Kathleen down there, Tommy and Tansy, and of course Uncle Glenn.
Shut up. What roast was the last time?
My mom said, oh honey, don't say that, sing light. We've never had a problem with either one, but she didn't like the idea of me saying rats. We don't have rats, but, you know, with pictures like that. That's why you don't have them. Now, maybe us kids had the wrong approach, but somehow I don't think so. Again, this is Ann. In fact, I was the only 20-year-old in the bar who was grounded. Seriously, we left the bar. Really? It's brothers, right? Sick. Seriously, we left the bar at 2 a.m. for an after-bar party. That was when the Muppet movie just came out. We watched it, and I got home at 4:30 a.m. The house was lit up like a church, and the first words I heard were, where the hell were you? Another swear word, sorry. Okay, I don't know what kind of reply he expected, but by the look on his face, it wasn't watching the Muppet movie. And his reply caught me by surprise. Muppet yourself right to your room, you're grounded. I guess it was a few weeks later I decided to Muppet myself into my own apartment. By the way, Nicole watches the Muppets all the time, and Papa never says a word. safe, though, if you were in trouble or not, till you got to the front door. The whole house would be dark, and you'd sneak in. And just when you thought you were safe, you would see, come on, brothers, what would you see? Cigarette! You see this little red cigarette glow with a voice coming from above it. Kinda late, where were you? Well, we were never doing anything bad. How could you tell your dad that you drove around the loop for 10 times with a bottle of cheap wine between 6 of you for about 2 hours after the dance? That would have warranted the words, "You're grounded." Instead, we'd say we're at Pizza Hut. Living in Marinette, that's the only place open after midnight.
I'm kidding.
So Dad would say, "Okay, see your sister?" "Nope. Get up to bed." Well, all was well till about 10 minutes later when Kathy sneaked in. Where were you? Pizza Hut.
Where else?
See your sister there? Nope. Go get her down here. You're both grounded. I guess you're smarter than we thought. Or at least we thought so until we set up our stories before we left the dance. I mean, I got cool. Being the heavier of the two, I lucked out. I got to quit hearing the famous, "You're not too big to be put over my knee, you know." 2 years before Kathy did. This is hard to do, being Kathy. I've grown into that. I've also thought that must have been embarrassing for her to hear when she was home on college breaks. Even though he was strict, I can't actually say that he was smart. I remember I had to bring home a boyfriend to meet him. My parents were like that. If they didn't meet him, you didn't go out with him, right? Okay. They didn't like him before they even met him because he had a hot car. John Adams, remember him, guys?
Mach 1.
Yes.
Mach 1.
Mach 1. He had a Mach 1. Anyway, we're sitting in the living room and they start talking about the car. Like any teenager, John, he's real proud. He starts explaining how it can go 100 miles an hour in a short distance. Quarter mile. Not the thing you want a guy to tell your parents before leaving on a date. But they were a lot smarter than us teenagers because Mom said, "If he ever goes that fast with you in the car, you just open the door and get out." My father, being the genius that he is, said, "That's right."
Hey, we agreed with him, that's
Hard
sure.
thing.
Can you picture that? 100 miles an hour and I get out of the car? I really wouldn't have been able to go to the hospital either because Dad would have looked at me and said, "Those are just growing pains." Well, you're grounded.
Yeah.
Kathy and I didn't always get along, but Dad always said we would when we grew up. That you never thought we'd get along well enough for me to use her to get through to you, Dad. He taught us well. I think it's smart that the roast is after the grounding and allowance days. And it's true. The older you get, the more your parents are like your friends. Although I've been telling people he's a friend of the family for years.
Yeah.
If any of this has insulted you, I think it's best said in another one of your sayings. 100 years from now, you won't think a thing of it. In a serious note, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I couldn't have asked for a better friend, teacher, or person than you, Dad. Love you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'll be back later to raise hell.
Kathy had to tone it down because she was speaking for her sister and Cookie to hear. But I will say that Cookie picked a better person to deliver this speech for. Very, very. We're gonna take intermission now. I don't know how long exactly it's going to be, but I know where I'm going. And I will tell you. When I come back up here, you come back up here, all right?
Gotta wait in line.
Yeah, I'm first, goddamn. I got dibs. Me first. See you later. Bye-bye.
He's a wonderful guy.
Well, you're holding off pretty good so far today.
Not this time.
stop laughing. You did good. You were funny, Mom.
Can't blame those people.
Mom, you did great. You did. I know you were good. Oh, you did good. You did good. You were a great clown. You were the best of all time.
Oh, which one are we on again?
Thank you.
you take your seats, we'll call up our next guest. I love this. Whose is this I'm keeping at? Take a serious.
Give Kevin the place. Kevin.
One more time. Celebration.
One more time. Really loud.
The line was a little long up there, I think. Come on, people. Audrey, you want to speak again? I love it. This is great. But you took your hammer with you. I want
Here, my friend.
your kids.
Hey, Andre, Jack went home.
Good.
Celebration one more time. We've got people upstairs.
Yes, let's yell at him.
Well, yeah. If Jack's not here, this could be a little awkward.
Tell a story.
Everybody with Jack. Ah! He's got a book with him, oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, my.
All together now, Jack's got a book. Oh my God.
Oh, my. Lino, where you went?
Where are you at? Come on, Jack.
No, my dear.
Don't try and get nice to me.
No, my dear.
What?
You have to admit because Danny is the next speaker who's going to the bathroom.
Oh, Danny's going to
Yeah, there we go.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, come on, what kind of
I
idiot
know
are you?
Danny's next. Danny's not next. You're so cute.
Sit down with a damn
Danny's not here and
No.
neither is Rosemary. Danny is smashed. Rosemary's leaving there.
Rosemary is coming?
Here comes.
I think they
Where's Danny?
No problem here, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the second half. You can take a Jack.
This is my life. Pay attention to that.
Pay attention. We're going to ask questions later. Second half is mostly your kids, and this is interesting because living in Wisconsin, we didn't get your keys away. You're not driving tonight.
Who's that Rosemary?
Someone else is designated driver, Dan.
Hey, you're the MC. Listen to introduce the speaker there. Hey.
Our next speaker could have gone anywhere in the world that she wanted to go. I mean, Kathy, her husband said, hey, Kathy, do you want to go see History in the Making and watch the Berlin Wall be torn down? And she said, no, John, save your money. I'd rather come to Detroit and tear Jack down instead. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy Horan.
Go get him, Kathy. Yeah.
What's the step? It's a high one.
It's gonna be short, eh?
Shalom.
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 Alaikum.
Now, Jack thinks I'm here for the roast.
Here for the free drinks.
The last time I was home to see my brothers and sisters was 2 years ago. Twins roast. So I told John a couple weeks ago, I said, you know, I kind of like to go home and see my brothers and sisters. It's been a while, it's been 2 years. I miss Larry and I miss Fran and Jackson, Wisconsin. It won't matter, he probably won't be there anyway, but I'd like to go home and see them. John says, hey, honey, I'll get you the tickets. You can fly home whenever you want. Rochelle met me at the airport. She said, oh, it's so nice you could come for Jack's roast. And I said, Jack's roast? And she said, yes, there's going to be a roast on Jack tomorrow night. And I said, do I have to go? And she said, well, as long as you're in town, you do, so here I am. But I didn't come for that reason. I came for a totally different reason. You know, so now everything's
going to be off the top of my head because I had no real time to prepare. But most of you were here for Quinn's roast, and I explained at that time that I really did. I dropped Quinn on his head when he was a baby. I really did. I did. And that accounted for his problem. To tell you the truth, I had no idea what his problem was or is. I mean, that's really something, that's a mystery. You know, if you remember Jackie Cooper, when he was a little boy, and that pout, you know, the blower lip was up, you could take a picture of Jack at 5 years old, and a picture of Jackie Cooper, identical. Of course, Jackie Cooper turned out to be pretty good looking when he grew up. But anyway, being a little guy, and this is no insult. You're a little guy, let's face it. But being a little guy, Jack always had kind of a chip on his shoulder. Now, any of you who went to school with him or knew him years and years ago, when you're little, you gotta be tough. You gotta be, you know, not the other guy before he did not you. You gotta go that route. Jack firmly believed it, and my father, I'll have to tell you, encouraged it, because he figured that Jack was gonna be picked on by the big guy in school. And so Daddy taught Jack, you know, stick up for yourself. Hit the other guy first. You know, you'll be all right. Jack got in scrapes, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, it didn't matter. He'd come home with a bloody nose and whatever. And Daddy would say, that's great. You're holding your own. This is what you're supposed to do. You know, you're being strong. Because, of course, Daddy wasn't a big guy. He knew, you know, so he figured that he'll train Jack the right way. Well, that sort of went to Jack's head, because one time, new neighbors moved in, and Jack went down on his tricycle or bicycle and had to check these new neighbors out. And it was a family, and there was a little boy about Jack's age, but a big kid. I mean, he was tougher, he was bigger. He might have been 7 and Jack's 5 or whatever, but he was a bigger kid. You know, that lip came out, and that chin came out, and Jack says, so what do you think about this neighborhood? And the kid said, well, you know, I've always been able to handle my own, and he says, and Jack says, I'm the guy on this block. And this kid says, oh yeah? And Jack says, yeah. And so the kid says, well, I don't know you very well. Where do you live? And Jack says, I'm in that corner house. I'm down on the corner. And the kid says, the 2-story house? Jack says, yeah, that's my house. And the kid says, well, you think you're pretty tough, but you're just a runt. And Jack says, oh yeah? My dad can lick your dad any day in the week. And he comes back on his bike home. Well, nobody knew anything about it until suddenly the whole front porch shakes. I mean, you can hear this coming up the front steps. And Jack's sitting in the living room, not looking to the right or left. The doorbell rings, Daddy goes to the door, and there's Mad Mountain Dean standing there. And he says, so you're the guy who your kid says that you can lick me. Now, Daddy was small. Daddy didn't rely on fighting and one thing and another. Daddy had charisma. He had charm. Any of you that knew him knew this. Daddy could calm himself out of anything. So, he invited the guy in, got him a beer, said, the kids say things, it doesn't mean anything. They ended up to be friends. And Jack and this kid down the street ended up to be friends too. But they didn't trust each other, not ever. Of course, Jack doesn't trust too many people. I mean, you know, let's face it. Okay. He was kind of a hothead when he was little. I mean, he had a temper. He still does, doesn't he, Audrey? Yeah, he still has a temper, but he had one when he was a kid. Now, we all played baseball. The girls, the boys. Didn't we, Larry? Everybody played baseball around the block?
I don't remember that.
Of course you do. So anyway, Jack decided, we decided too, that he should be the manager of the team with the family, and we'd play the neighbor kids. I hit as many home runs as the boys did. I really did, and broke just as many windows too.
Yeah, well, look
But
at the
anyway, right. But anyway, so Jack was the manager, and you know the team wasn't doing too great, and Larry was up to bat, and so Jack went over and said, "Listen, when you get up there, I want you to hit a home run." Well, of course, Larry struck out. You know, nothing. And so Jack stomps off the field, takes off his hat, throws it on the ground, stomps off the field. I'm right after him. I said, Jack, what's the matter? He said, listen, Kathleen, I'm not going to manage a team if they're not going to pay attention to my instructions. And off he went. That's Jack. All right, later, I think you went to Pershing, didn't you? Didn't we all go to St. Rita's and you went to Pershing?
St. Rita's, Pershing, yes.
But you went to Pershing. You went to Pershing.
Well, he was kicked out of a lot of schools.
Probably. But anyway, he went to Pershing, and I was walking down 7 Mile Road one time, and I was going to wasn't there a Ben Franklin or some kind of a store on 7 Mile, and I was going down there to get curlers or hairpins or something. And as I was walking to the store, a young fellow came toward me, and he was looking at me, but I kept on walking, and pretty soon he said, Miss? And I turned, and I said, yes, and he said, do you have a brother that goes to Pershing High School? And I said, yes. And he said, is his name Jack LaPrise? And I said, yes. He said, I thought so. You look just like him. Well, I went home and I cried. I wouldn't eat. I think my mother thought I was pregnant. She was very concerned, but I wouldn't. Not come out of my room. I cried for days. I did everything I could. I bought all this makeup. I had to look different than Jack. God. Anyway, when I got to be a little older, I was traveling with bands. None of you would know the names of any of them today. But I happened to be with Wayne King, and we were in Syracuse, New York. And I never got any letters from my brothers and sisters. I got letters from my dad and from my mom. And they knew my itinerary. They knew where I was going to be, how many days, and where I was going.
Hey, this roast is on Jack.
Right. And I go down to the lobby and I pick up my mail, and here's this letter from Jack, which was a total surprise. I brought it up to my room and I read this letter, and you know, I tell all my friends about it. I'm so proud of you, this and that. Oh, God, I wish you were making records and blah, blah. Oh, this was a letter you wouldn't believe. And at the very end, P.S., could you send me $20 for my white shirt? And you know, you never sent me back that $20. Never. Well, now, Jack is, I was going to say, fancies himself a musician, but Tansy and Tommy, I can't budge. He is a musician. And for years, and this is the gospel truth, I have told Jack, you know, you've got a sound, and you've got an interpretation of a song, just like Johnny Hodges. And I don't know whether you're familiar with Johnny Hodges, but he played albums that wouldn't quit. Beautiful. I've got several of his albums. Duke Ellington, other groups that he played with. He had soul, he had feeling, he made the horn cry. And I told Jack for years, you sound like Johnny Hodges. Well, he did. Not that Johnny Hodges, this little kid down the street that when he was 10 years old started taking elbow. He's about 14 now, he's doing pretty good, and he sounds just like Jack. You know, everybody's talked about it. Jack this, Jack that, hit the road, Jack, one thing and another. But nobody mentioned Jack had a bumper sticker for a long time, and it was Gentleman Jack. And I couldn't figure out what it meant. And so I was listening to the radio one day and this gentleman just, ladies man.
Oh, come on, Jack. Come on.
Okay, now I talked to Jack a couple weeks on the phone. He told me how old he was going to be in January.
Uh-oh.
Now he's lying because if he's telling the truth, and I'm 8 years younger than he is, and I'm supposed to be his older sister, so something is wrong here. And the only thing I can figure out is that for the last 7, 8 years, people have said, well, how old are you, Jack? And he told them the truth, and they said, my God, what happened to you? So he's patched it up about 10 years, and I said, you look pretty good for your age. But he can't be as old as he says he is, because he is, I'm 8 years younger. I really am.
Makes you 31.
No, I'm not that young.
But you're
I'm
21.
not that young. You know, most of you were here for Queen's Rose, and I like to do research. Now, because I had to fly here, I didn't have time. I didn't drive. But since I had to fly here and John couldn't come with me, by the way, John, I miss you. I wish you were here, but he's not. Anyway, I thought I'll make some phone calls. So I called from Rochelle's. I used my credit card. I didn't want to pay a phone bill. And I called Marietta, Wisconsin. Now, you heard all the things I found out about Quinn. And so I thought, well, you know, Jack's been in Wisconsin, in Marietta for a long time. He's been prominent. He goes to the Holiday Inn or whatever for his coffee every morning. I come to Detroit, he goes out for coffee, you turkey. If you ever come out to my house and go out for coffee, you'll never come back again, I'll tell you that. But anyway, so I made all these phone calls, banks, you know, the mayor's office, the editor of the newspaper, prominent citizens, different people around the place, and it's interesting. I got a lot of people that responded, and they all had the same thing to say.
He likes his
Which
coffee in the morning.
surprised me. And with all of them, I said, could you give me any information on Jack LaPrise? And they all said, Jack who? However, I said, well, if you don't know Jack, maybe you know Audrey LaPrise. And they said, oh, that's that real nice lady that's married to that funny-looking guy.
I think it's a real testimonial to a guy like Jack, for someone to fly all the way from Idaho just to do that to you. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah. Appreciate it. Our next guest is someone we don't know real well. He's Jack's son, but the first time we saw him, he was 10 months old and he was crawling around on his hands and knees. To tell you the truth, Mike has only been to Detroit 3 times that I know of. Years ago. The last time I saw Mike, he was at his sister's wedding and he was still crawling around on his hands and knees. Gentlemen, please welcome Mike LaPrise, Jack. Move! Mike! Oh, no! Yeah, now! It's not very far, Mike. It'll be all right. Keep your rear wing. Oh, yeah! On your hands and knees, it'll be just fine. What are you
I'm feeling pretty high right now.
No kidding.
I'm about 3 inches above the ground. Well, so, I'm gonna refer to him either as Weasel or
Dad.
Sure.
Dad.
See, I got my speech written on this little piece of paper.
You can't see it anymore, Mike.
I really don't care. I told about this shit about 2 months ago. On one side, I've got on one side, I have my speech, and on the other side, I have the directions to get here.
You're like Bob, right?
I'm Jack's You're on cue, buddy. You're on cue. More and more. See if we get into it. I am.
You are M.
It took me a long time to admit I am Jack's son. Oh, don't laugh. I had to go to classes for this and stuff. I had to go to classes once a week.
Therapy.
Some guys would stand up and say, I'm Larry, I have a drinking problem and I'm an alcoholic. Other guys would say, I'm Gwen. I beat up my wife. Other guys would stand up and say, I'm Norman, I have a drug problem. I would stand up and say, I'm Mike, my name is Jack. I kind of came here to Detroit, I figured, well, I wouldn't write anything down, I'd just get all cooked, and I drink a lot. I figured it wouldn't have to be that good because as soon as I said, I'm Jack's son, I got it all behind me and I know what it was like. Well, I got a few things to say about my dad, or Weasel, but we'll start with the school shooting. Oh my God. My dad comes up to me and says, well, I only won one this week. See, we shoot 15 games, and everyone's responsible for 3 games apiece. And he says, well, I only won 1 out of 3 this week, but as long as I can win 1 out of 3, that's 333, and I'm keeping my average. If we shoot 15 games a week, and if everyone only won 1 out of 3, we would only win 5 games, and we would not win because you need 8 out of 15 to win. And I'm like, gee, damn it. That's good. Just keep up that average and we'll win the tournament or whatever. Now we're on another something totally. His music. Years ago. Years ago, I had to leave town because my dad was really getting embarrassing and stuff. So I left town. I went down to Mississippi. And I kind of forgot about it and stuff, It was after I took my classes on Jack's son. And I went down there and everything, and I thought everything was all right. I left when my dad, he was working at the Eagle Star. He'd leave to work every morning. He was in a suit jacket and everything, and, you know, well, I went down there. I came back. I walked into the living room after 2 years, and I kind of surprised on my hitchhike from Ohio, you know. I came up and all shaggy and shit.
You're gonna get a bonus.
I walk into the living room, and here's him. He's playing guitar or saxophone, whatever it is.
Well, how the hell did you know what?
He's playing the saxophone in some young rock band or something. I walk in, he goes, "Hey Mike, how's it going?" I'm like, oh my God, I love this guy. And he's in a suit jacket. Now he's in this this white jacket, you know, and he's saying, "Hey man, how's it going?"
Leather vest.
Leather,
So anyway, that was pretty much the end of Marinette bar time, you know. For a while there, the bars are pretty great in Marinette. You go and have a great old time, you know, and everything was hip. And when Jack started playing sax in Marinette, it was kind of like, oh my God. I'd be walking down the street and here's these people with orange hair and stuff. Oh man, walk into this place, the guy in sax is really bad. He's bad. Oh man. So I walk in here, here's my old man. I should have cut down his sax. I think that's one thing he's proud of. But, I'm a winner, right? Hey. I'm really waiting to say one for today.
Hey, what do you make of that?
We gotta get home tonight. The pocket.
I'm forgetting things here.
That's okay, Mike.
Turn it over, we want the drink.
We want the drink. We want to get out of here.
Well, speaking of going out and going to the bars and stuff, I used to go to the bars all the time. Believe it or not, I would get drunk and I would come home and I would be a little hammered up. And speaking of hammers, here's Poppy sitting with his hammer. I'd walk in and here's his hammer. Freeze, you know, or I'll hit you, sucker. And here's me, all drunk. Dad, it's me. Don't hit me.
And then he hit you.
And I just... You know, I mean, everybody's got things to talk about him 60, 70 years ago, I don't know. I've only been around for 25, you know. Well, you know, okay, we'll get back to the speech here.
Turn it over, we want the drink.
I've covered the pool, I've covered the music.
Mike, the car wash.
The car wash.
22 miles.
Oh yeah, the car wash. Speaking of the car wash, this is really funny. I'd be sitting around, you know, like most of you, this is back a few years, you know. I'd be sitting around 15, 16 years old, not doing anything, eating the refrigerator, the whole refrigerator, you know, nothing to do, just watching TV, kicking back, taking it easy, you know, not have to go to school on Monday, it'd be a Sunday, and my dad would go. Anyway, my dad would say, "Mike, did you see that little dent in my car?" You know, I go, "No, I didn't see it, Dad." I'm just taking it easy, eating here, watching TV. And he would go, "Okay, come on outside and see this little dent." Well, I'd go out there and he'd point to this little scratch or something. And we'd start talking about his car, and I knew what was coming about, you know. He'd start talking about his car, and pretty soon he'd be like, "Well, Mike, I'll give you $2 to wash it." And I'm like, "Well, Dad, no, I don't need $2. I don't want to get off the couch. I'm eating, I'm having a good time, and I'm just sitting around watching TV. Well, Mike, you know, I'll give you $2 to wash it." I'm like, "Well, no, Dad, that's all right. It looks pretty clean and neat. I don't think we gotta wash it." You know, well, no, here's $2. Well, I'm like, no, Dad, I don't want to wash your car. I don't need $2. No, to wash his car is like an hour out of my life, and I really didn't want to do it at the time.
Especially not for $2.
Especially not for $2.
Especially when Golden Pile was on.
We start talking. And it's like, well, here's $2. No, you gotta take it. And I'm like, gee, Dad, thanks for the $2. I'm not gonna wash your car, but thanks for the $2. Well, pretty soon it's, oh, look at this dust on the inside, I'll give you $3 if you do the inside. I'm like, gee, Dad, I don't want to do any of it. But no, I ended up doing it for $3 outside, inside, the whole damn thing. This thing is wet, it's drenched with beer. It's wrinkled, it's falling apart. The women in my life? Oh, let's not upset everyone.
Talk about my kids.
Videotape. A videotape. See, they all know I'm unprepared and they're spitting answers to me and shit.
You can
Okay, the videotapes, I'd sit down and it'd be like Friday night, and I'd be kind of bored, and so I'd turn on a movie. And rather than watching regular TV and seeing some stupid stuff, I'd turn on a video tape. Well, he forgot to cut out the what do you call them, commercials. The commercials. He forgot to cut out the commercials. So, lo and behold, about 5 minutes before the movie starts the end, lo and behold, before the movie ends, his tape ends. So I'm sitting there wondering for years what the end of that movie was all about and stuff. Oh, yeah, Hayes Oak Pass and past 21 miles, 3rd Street on right side. Third house on the right side.
Now you have to reverse it to get out.
See, I don't have to worry about saying anything stupid because I'm Jack's son. I went to school to learn to say that. I don't have to say, my name is Mike, I'm an alcoholic. All I gotta say is, my name is Mike and I'm Jack's son. And I'm pretty well excused.
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 You'll be invited to the next party, Mike.
I'm going to be the next party.
Where you sleeping tonight?
He's cute.
I love it. I got kicked out of Detroit about 13 years ago. Where the hell is he, Quinn? Where did he go, upstairs? He's going to bathroom. I broke the window and Quinn kicked me out of Detroit for 13 years. Yes, he did. He said, you get out of here and don't you come back. Well, after he got roasted, he got put in his place. So I come on back and stuff. And, I'll probably get kicked out again this time for another 20 years. But
No, watch your back.
Who got the whipping, though?
I could talk all night.
Who got the whipping, Mike? Who got the whipping, Mike? I got scars on my ass.
You in 13 years.
All right.
Well, to make a short story shorter.
Wait, tell them about your tickets.
To tell you the truth, folks, we're from there and like, we're like 60 miles away from the Green Bay Packerheads. I mean, you know it, hey, Packers.
They suck.
Hey, Tommy, like the Packers, you know, all our life, the old man's been sitting by the TV in the bathroom, you know, give me another beer. So it kind of rubbed on to us, we were Detroit fans now. Well, just because, you know, you sit there and say,
That's the only two. Answers. They want
so we would watch a Detroit game, and all of a sudden we became Detroit fans, and hey, I'm proud of Detroit Lions, and all I don't care if I'm living in Green Bay, Detroit will always whoop up on Green Bay. And we'll do it tomorrow, and we will be sitting in the Silverdome, Jack, to see the game.
Are you
We will
going?
kick Green Bay's little
God.
We all love Jack, who plays great sax.
Talking about these LaPrise boys, boy, they could tie one on and they still look like models, don't they? They're disgustingly good looking. They got Ah, yes. You still crawling on your hands and knees, Mike? Come on. Welcome back to Detroit. You're among your peers. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to do this to you twice, but our next speaker is another one of Jack's sons.
He's not fair.
Man, all decked out in a jacket. You gotta give him sometime, Danny.
This is a handsome one.
Another handsome one.
does he have?
Lots of
15. Oh, Danny's got about 4 or 5.
When Danny was born, Jack was so proud of him that he used to sing, "Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling." Beautiful song. You heard him play it earlier on the tape. When Danny got to be in his teens, Audrey changed the words to, "Oh, Danny boy, the cops, the cops are calling." We love Danny here, brother and children. He's adorable. Come on up, do your thing, Danny. If we fall over, we're gonna be on either side to catch you. Speech. Oh, don't want your pleasure, not another one. Danny LaPrise.
What has he got there?
He has to go to class too?
Well, that blew the song man out.
Oh,
Oh, no.
all right. My dad. I love my dad. We were having a serious conversation just the other day.
Good opening.
My dad said, "Dan, you know, someday I'm gonna go." He says, "Dan, when I go, I'm gonna take my music with me." I says, "Hallelujah, Dad! Yes! Hallelujah! Take it with you! I don't want to hear it no more! Yeah! All right! He's adopted! He's adopted! Come on here! My dad, he's banned in Gaylord. He sat in a Gaylord one time. No, they won't let him play in Gaylord no more. For 3 months, he told me, "Okay, I'm gonna be playing in Green Bay, Dan. You gotta come see me." Now, there's gonna be a good crowd here, so we're not gonna play at a place. We're gonna do a park, and it's gonna be packed, you know. So I went and I watched my dad play. Well, there was the drummer's wife and the bass player's wife and me.
Shut up, Dad.
Oh, you faggot! So now, if they mention the last last name? I'm not related. I'm a distant relative of this man.
But a lover, not the same.
Your cousin did really good. I love your nose, incredible.
I just made this up when I got
In
here.
about 6 or 7 minutes, you can...
Think like you have something to say, Dan.
I remember, it's years ago. All my friends say, now your dad, he was a cowboy, wasn't he, before he got married and settled down and shit?
Cowboy.
Can I say a word, Aunt Rose? I'm sorry. No,
Shit, Dan.
I'm serious. They asked me, now was your dad a cowboy before he settled down? I said, no. And they go, why? How does he walk like this for? I said, well, he has some surgery and that, you know. And they go, yeah, but he walked like just got off a horse, you know. No. He's a musician. He don't ride horses or nothing like that. He's cool. He's a cool dude. He's my buddy.
The shark. The shark. Yeah, get the shark.
Hey, Rick.
Oh, man.
Gee, I don't know what to say.
Say it.
It was just like a week ago. I went to the bar with my brother and my dad, and we wanted to be cool, you know. So I says, I'll take a WW. The bartender says, well, what the heck's a WW? I go, well, whiskey and water. My brother says, I'll take a B&W. And the bartender says, what's a B&W? And my brother says, well, that's a brandy and water. But my dad says, God, these guys are showing me up. I gotta come up with something. He goes, I'll take a 15. And the bartender says, what the heck is a 15? My dad says, well, that's a 7 and 7. Can't you add 7 and 7 together? Huh? I'll be honest with you. I came up here unprepared.
No.
We love you anyway, Dan.
And all I want to do is I want to say, hey, I love my dad, and he's brought me through the years. And we used to go fishing. And he'd bring me along, cause he's afraid of worms and shit. So. It's the truth. He used to make me put the worms on the hook because he didn't want to touch them. And he'd catch a fish, and he'd say, oh God, I don't want to touch it, you take it off the hook.
Well, how does he go to the bathroom?
Oh, it's like, so then we got smart, we said, hey, my dad, you don't like to touch worms. So we went to the sports shop and we bought rubber worms for my dad, just so he could put them on the hook and he didn't have to touch the worms. Remember that? You remember that? We bought rubber worms. He didn't catch shit, but still, I mean, he didn't catch shoot. Right. Shoot. That's the word. Shoot. He didn't catch shoot. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to say, I hope everyone here is as intoxicated as I am, and everyone has a good time. And this is a heck of a guy. And he plays a good saxophone.
If I were single and running around, oh boy, oh boy. Cute faces. You guys, you can go back to Detroit anytime. Just don't come to my house, all right? We like to have those guys here. They're kicking ass. Michelle. Oh, what an act you have to follow. You know, every time the guys get together and they play music, they play these old songs. Michelle sings maybe one song. Oh, you guys back there in the peanut gallery, are you loud? Holy cow. I want to bring that group up here to do a speech or a song or something.
We got the top of our heads, though.
Yeah, rah. Okay. This is dedicated to you, Joe, back there with your mouth flapping in the wind.
Joe Becker's a friend of mine.
Yeah, just do this.
Does that mean something? I don't know. Okay. You can do what I do with my kids. I can say, I'm not speaking to you, shut up. Those guys are never going to shut up, Victor. Back when all the guys got together to play music, they invited all of us to sing. Michelle got to sing a couple of songs, but she didn't really do too many, even though she has a really beautiful voice. The only reason she didn't was because, quite frankly, Jack, most of the songs you guys play were written before she was born. So we got together, Joe, a couple of weeks ago. Rochelle and I got together over a few drinks. We killed a bottle of wine. We talked about domestic things. And we got together and we rigged up a song that the two of us could sing together. You guys have to learn it. We're dedicating it to our husbands. It's called Got Along Without You Before I Met You, Gonna Get Along Without You Now. Ladies and gentlemen, Michelle LaPrise.
Go, Michelle.
Give him a bell!
We're out of here.
Dad, are you ready to report me?
Definitely.
Hey, Daddy, you were right. You told me you'd have people falling down, and they did. Well, I don't know why we're having a roast on Jack. You know, I keep thinking Jack's always been very helpful. When I was a baby, I was about 14, 15 when I was born. Always babysat for me. You know, little kids get up and want to drink water in the middle of the night. Jack was really generous. He gave me the rest of his beer cans. You know? And about that time, teenagers kind of patterned themselves after their favorite movie stars. And Larry's was Bill Brenner, I believe. And Quinn's was Humphrey Bogart. Well, Jack tried to be like Joan Crawford.
That shows.
The nightmares are going away now. I'm seeing a good doctor. And, Jack was very industrious. As a young teenager, he worked at the corner at Smith's Market. And he thought he was a stock boy. But he really was a bagger. And the reason he got that job was every time he opened his mouth, people would say, "Back it, Jack." But he started eating up the profits. And the bottles of wine, bottles of Jim Beam were disappearing. So after leaving that job, he started to climb the career ladder. And I thought the elevator would be faster, so he became an elevator operator at GM.
That's the top of your head.
Joe said that!
He was doing fine as an elevator operator. So the president of the GM building got on. He wanted to go to his top floor suite. But Jack couldn't reach the button. So that was the end of that job. And he got excited though. He's being laid off. But he got excited because they said, "We're installing automated lifts." Jack thought he was going to get a pair of new shoes. He was very talented though, and he picked up the saxophone as a young teenager. But it was a time where we had a lot of kids in the family, and we didn't always have all the records and the stereos and the players that everybody else had. So Jack couldn't afford to go out and get the Bruce Randolph albums and the Johnny Hodges albums. He had to practice the sax and learn it for the albums that we had at home. and they happened to be the harmonic cats and Spike Jones. But anyway, it was very creative. We watched TV, and Jack had a unique method of watching old movies. He'd turn the audio down, and he'd make up his own dialogue. You know? Years later, now Joe testified, you know, a movie will come on, be made in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and he'll say, "Have you seen this?" I said, "Sure, I've seen it." He says, "What's it about?" "About a saxophone player. Becomes rich, dates all the beautiful girls, and becomes a star." But he was a very generous brother. He always helped his other brothers. I know he went out with Eleanor, I think, to a picnic once before she met Larry. And he thought Ellen would be a good match for Larry and introduced her. And then he asked Larry, "What's Eleanor really like?" And Larry said, "Well, she's got a great sense of humor." He says, "Oh, yeah? How could you tell that?" And Larry said, "Well, I asked her what she thought about you, and she laughed for 20 minutes. So I don't know why we're having a roast on this guy. He decided to join the Air Force. He figured, hey, if the Air Force can hold wrong leg forward, it could also hold loose lips LaPrise. And went to Puerto Rico. He changed Puerto Rico. Before Jack went there, it was the playground with the rich and famous, the elite went there. Before it got out, Jack was in Puerto Rico, and it became one of the 5 worst slums in the world. Jack would always send interesting pictures home at Christmas time. You know, you'd see all these guys in the background there, and they'd all be dating girls and on the beach and bottles and musical instruments. They looked like they'd be having a great time. And then way in the distance, you'd see Jack under a palm tree hugging a coconut. Also, he was very musical. He became part of the Air Force band while he had his picture taken with the sax. But his real job was helping Bruce carry the tuba. And he was very popular. He dated a lot of beautiful girls. We never saw them twice, though. We figured out Jack told him he was a talent scout. We never saw him again. He was a good big brother to me, though. I was growing up in front of Larry, where Larry was married, and Plum was in service, and Jack was out of service. And he'd take me to football games. He said, "Hey, you gotta learn, you know, what football's all about, and become part of the high school crowd and take me to football games." And then at halftime, he asked me to go out and get the cheerleaders' phone numbers. He'd also take me to the circus. Same thing. The gals that ride the elephants, he'd send me out to get their phone numbers. And then he'd send me out to introduce them to him. And they'd look at him and they'd say, "We've already got the bearded lady and the baboon boy, so there aren't no other openings here, Jack." And it got to the point, we couldn't go to the circus anymore, because the elephants would recognize him as good peanuts. Then we went to Wisconsin, and we got a phone call. And he said he was marrying this gal named Audrey. We didn't even know Audrey, and we were thrilled, because he was going to live in Wisconsin. But then we met Audrey, and Mama was very impressed with Audrey. And she said, "Audrey reminds me of all the paintings I've seen of St. Anne." And we thought she looked more like a martyr.
I'm going to get my gold medal.
Then Jack got his day job on a newspaper. And it's true, he had a very responsible position. And I'd go up to Wisconsin every once in a while, and they'd say, "Who are you?" And I said, "Well, I'm LaPrise at the time." And I said, "My brother Jack works for the newspaper." And they'd turn around to their spouse and they'd say, "Hey, honey, you know that guy we pay every Saturday?" Jack was also part of a rock band. He came very up on all the new tunes. People come up to him and they'd say, "Hey, do you know Twisted Sister?" He'd go, "Hey, do you know Michelle?" And then, you know, he was helping out, working at a donut place. And he could fill more donuts than anybody there. I said, "What's your secret?" He says, "Well, I put the stuff in the saxophone, and I blow it in the donuts." And I was curious, and I said, "Well, what song do you play?" He said, "Fillings." Feelings? He said, yeah, feelings. Nothing more than feelings.
Donuts taste like shit still.
Oh, Tom, I got it from you. Jack's always been very proper. And he's always told me, he said, you've got to be like me. He said, you've got to walk the straight and narrow. Jack's problem is always the only does it in between getting pulled over and the breathalyzer test. I can't understand why we're having a roast on Jack. And I get sentimental sometimes and I miss him. And when I do, I decide to take these videotapes of Jack on sax. And I turn the audio down. I put up Spike Jones.
Tough spot to be, dead to last here, and everyone else is drunk. Oh, wow. Next, Kathy. Where's Kathy? Oh, hey, Kathy. Good gal. You know, we were really worried about Kathy when she first came to Detroit, being from a small town. Being from a small town, we kind of were concerned whether she could handle the big city. You know, everybody said, whoa, I don't know, kind of scary down here. Kathy was here 1 month and she broke up a drug ring for crying out loud.
Look at her. She got everything.
Then she got to a point where she thought maybe I need a little protection, so she started dating Big Tom back there. Yeah! Andre We're not calling up these loud houses here. No, I don't think so. Nah. Sit down, Joe. Joe! Ladies and gentlemen, Kathy LaPrise. You need a couple minutes, Kathy? You wanna go beat on a couple of heads back there? Let's go beat on his head and then go back up.
Hey, he's up the stairs right now. Here he goes.
Oh, you're gonna blame it all on Joe, are you, Tom? Okay, Kathy LaPrise.
All right. Acoustical directions from my Rio Lorenzo, commonly known as Uncle Larry. Talk close, talk soft, move it away. I guess he doesn't want to hear me. I'm moving all this stuff away because my notes are kind of choppy. They were real proper for a while until I started loaning them to my brothers. Now I don't know what my sister used, what my brothers used, but I'm going to give it a shot here. If you've already heard it, feel free to laugh. Okay. And Tom, we'll do this.
Stand up.
If I'm too loud, just tell me because I have a good mouth.
Tom's too loud, though.
Yeah, it's long.
Domorowski.
What you're about to hear, what? What you're about to hear is true. Sad, but true. Any negative misrepresentations about my mother are accidental. And anything that happens to sound nice or acceptable about my father, it's probably accidental also. Don't get me wrong, my dad's a great guy. There are a lot of people that I like less. You guys know Charlie Manson?
Name one!
Hitler?
Stand back up.
No. Sit down, drunk. It's not that my dad intends to offend people, like his brothers, sisters, friends, wife, children. As you heard tonight, he's just unusual. And, he's always been unusual. One of the best examples of this is probably his obsession with the mafia. He reads books. Quinn, shut up. Nothing personal, but your voice.
Hey, man, you got the mic. I can say what I want, all right?
He reads books, he watches movies, he learns Italian jokes, anything he can get his hands on about the mafia. I mean, it's like he's obsessed with it. And my mom was getting kind of embarrassed about it, concerned, because we live in a small town.
He'd walk around in this black, long cashmere coat, black gloves, and he'd come to pick me up from work and people thought he was a hitman. And I'd get real embarrassed, but she said, Jack, you know, cool it. Stop reading the books, and if you don't change your ways, I'm going to leave you. So he walked around for about a week saying, hey, my wife made me an offer I can't refuse. Think about me. Anyway, after a while, he got out of the mafia hobby and into CDs, back when they were popular. Except he didn't know the lingo, so he just pretended. And, he did the proper thing that you do in a small town. You want to be known by everybody, right? So he made his CD handle Detroit Louie.
Louie.
Yeah. His pool buddy identity or whatever, everyone knew. They hear Detroit Louie in Michigan or Marion, Wisconsin, and they know exactly who it was. So now, instead of being just another CD or sounded stupid, everybody also knew who it was. But if that wasn't bad enough, his outgoing equipment was real powerful, so he was able to bring in the whole neighborhood, usually during primetime TV. And so all the neighbors could hear how ignorant he sounded and know who he was. And you wonder why I had to move to the city. Probably one of the things that stands out most with my dad is all his sayings, and my sister said it too, but not only did he repeat them over and over and over, but you kind of got to feel like maybe they had some merit or some value, and maybe there was some intelligence. That was after alcohol. Or humor.
Maybe.
An example is he always says, I'm all dry, I can write. And I tried this. I don't know what the heck, it sounds funny when he says it. I tried it the first time when a cop stopped me. I thought I was being funny, especially the part where I say, Officer. And he thought it was funny too. He was laughing so hard he put the handcuffs on way too tight. Yeah, jail was nice though. I met a lot of people who knew my dad. And had similar things, like, you know, the 3 most difficult years in my life, 3rd grade. Anyway, my dad had a lot of quotes. He used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You guys have seen my brothers, right? We had a lot of quiet dinners in our family. Don't make fun of people, he used to say. Your brothers could look like that. They do. Again, nothing personal. Too loud now?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, your brothers are too loud.
Sorry, I won't pick on my brothers, I love them, I really do. I'll roast them next time. And my dad used to say 2 wrongs don't make a right. And his other favorite line was, everyone else, I know, I got hecklers. You guys are drunk, get together tonight, 5 more minutes. If everyone jumped off a bridge, would you? And my question to him is, Dad, if everyone else won the lottery, would you? Would you want to? Those of you who know my father, excuse me, he's interrupting. Big surprise, right?
It's very important. Tell me, gave me scotch instead of Jim Beam.
Excuse me, bartender, you gave my dad scotch instead of Jim Beam? Those of you who know my father know that he's like real creative, especially his brother, and I'm sure his sisters, you're aware of this. He does not like to throw things away. I think it's from growing up with a depression, I don't know. But he fixes things and he always has extra parts, which it makes, I don't know, makes us worry a little bit. He made me a dresser once. He took a dresser and made it into a desk, and that was really neat. I was a college student. He cut off half the drawers and it turned into a desk. It was great. Then he started getting real creative. He had a light that worked if you slapped the wall when you walked in. He had a vacuum cleaner that will now mow the lawn. A blender that melts things. My mom has a deep fryer that will dry socks. And, of course, my personal favorite, the bathtub with feet. We had this. It was an old house. He tried to turn it into a bird feeder. It was the only one like that in town, but unfortunately, it was a bathtub also, and when he got confused and other people were using the bathroom, he'd go out in the lawn and try and use it. And we had a, minor lawsuit in our hands. My dad saying always, of course, about the bathtub was, hey, He's the only one like that in town. He didn't know that my friends were saying that about him. He was unusual. One other unusual thing that comes to mind is when my dad cooked, he only had one recipe, and that was chili. Although it tastes different every time, he only has one recipe. He used 17 spoons for taste testing. He didn't believe in taking a bowl out of the cupboard. So he'd like use a spoon, but then he's in this sanitary kick, and it was germs. He'd throw this in. And there'd be about 17 spoons, and when he was done, there'd be this like formation on the counter. And I asked him, Dad, what is that? He said, the stars, like me. The thing that concerned me about the chili was the boiling test on the ceiling, the walls, the side of the refrigerator. But he was very creative. You got to give him that. Any man that will spend the afternoon in the kitchen making chili and coming up with all these concoctions. He had chili and crackers, chili and bread, chili over potatoes, under potatoes. My personal favorite, chili shortcake. No one makes chili like me. He walked around, he's famous in the neighborhood, and we were the only family in the block that got the 20 or 4-hour flu all at the same time. But that week, they referred to my dad as Jack. We've all used famous Jacks, right? Jack the Ripper. You guys figured it out. He used a lot of beans. But we live in a really small town, and something that we don't really talk about a lot, and I kind of cleared this with my mom first, so it's okay, is there is another woman in my dad's life.
Mom, you better
There's pretty much nothing that he wouldn't do for this other woman. He often sneaks away during the day and has coffee with her.
I know who it is.
From what I understand, he's dressed her and undressed her. He calls her pet names like Angel, Sweetheart, Darling, Doll.
Even changed her diapers.
And yeah, changed her diapers. She just calls him, jumping my punchline. She just calls him Papa. Anyway, that's my 2-year-old niece. He does have the option of leaving my mom for her though, because from what I understand, my mom gave him a couple ultimatums. Tom Tomrowski, who you guys might or might not know, is my boyfriend. And Tom tries to sell baseball cards for a living, and when he met my dad, it was really like my dad.
Stolen one of my life.
And you guys sold sucker.
Audie, I love you.
My dad goes, cardboard's probably worth money, right? So, for a long time, my dad started buying a lot of cards from Tom, and Tom would make a lot of money selling cards to my dad, and I kind of got weird about it. But what the heck? Bottom line, hecklers, yo. Bottom line is my mom said, Jack, now, okay, you're retired. We have a limited income here. You know, we don't want to tap our bingo funds or anything. No more cards. You buy another card and we're going to get a divorce. And Tom said, what are you going to do, Jack? My dad said, I don't know. I've been married to her a long time. I'm going to miss her. Famous line from my dad. You already heard about my sister who said that after curfew, my dad's famous line as I went through school was always, you're grounded. Okay, 2 words. And it worked. I mean, a lot of the time it was just real effective. He didn't have to explain himself. And I would always, of course, try to say, why? And he gave me that answer. There's a lot of wisdom in there. Because I said so. Say, what about Dan? You know, Dan could do the same thing. He'd be out an hour later and he'd say, he's a boy.
Yeah! Yeah!
me. Okay? I want to know where parents get this.
You got the best butt in the house.
It brings questions to mind like, what about the children of Hitler? You know? Their dad said, Hitler said so, and they believed it. What about Jimmy Jones? What about Charlie Manson? Anyway, I think if you guys watch... What? Am I born?
He was a boy.
Oh, okay. I need to watch my brothers. They're drunk. I'm moderately sober. It's hard to take.
Look at that! Hey!
If you guys have watched my parents tonight, especially my mom, you can usually tell what kind of time our family is having just by looking at my mom's face. You know? It's like she's been down straight coffee to my brother Dan. I watched it and I kind of laughed because I expected it. When my dad gets sick, this isn't cruel or anything, but I'm sure you guys are aware of this, wives, future wives, all that stuff, cousins. When the LaPrise men get sick, it's like a whole, exactly, they're dying. It's a whole other thing, right?
Never!
I know because I'm personally there, because I had to go and file this ordinance, the city ordinance. We have 3 semis that go through our town every week, small town, and I had to get those released so that we would not go through down near where we lived when my dad was sick, because we could not handle it. I know that's not funny, but people tend to laugh. Before I wrap this up, I just want to say a couple things. I'm sure that Uncle Larry and Uncle Quinn and my dad have a couple things in common. And their children are here. You know that when you ask your dad, who is a musician, what do you want for your birthday? They always say the same thing. You look at them and they'll say, nothing. I really don't want anything. Buy your mom something. And then about the 24th, about 4:30, before the mall closes, they'll look at you and say, well, there was this stereo that I liked. Okay? I mean, right, Kim? It happened.
Right, Kim?
$400. Okay. Last but not least, I'm almost 31 and I'm not married. So look at what my mom married. Can you blame me? Thank you, Pat. Couple of just really short things about my dad. He used to embarrass me when I was a child. I was in band, and I was a senior, and one night he had laryngitis really bad, and I don't know how that should affect his sax playing, but he told me that it would. And I offered to sit in with his band, and he said, okay, in February, can I sit in with yours? And they were all blonde, and they were seniors, and they were 17 years old, and he didn't understand it. Which brings me to the end, just a little bit about my dad. You guys know that he's not really lazy. I think it's a nice word. My mom, I came home last weekend when Dad was telling me a couple things. Dad walked in and he said, and my mom said, sorry, my car's not running. It's the one that Glenn sold us.
Don't blame me, I told you I got my car was on.
I got the mic, this is great. And my dad said, hey, who the hell do you think I am, Mr. Goodwrench? 2 days later, my dad walked in and my mom said, honey, the washing machine's not working. And my dad said, what do I look like, Mr. Maytag? Last but not least, not even a day later, Dad walked in, and my mom was making something and the ceiling was dripping, and my mom said, can you fix it, Jack, please? And Dad said, what do I look like, Mr. Belvedere? So my mom said, that's the end of it, I'll take care of it myself. And not even a week later, my dad walked in and said, honey, the car's running, the washing machine's working, and you're cooking, and the ceiling's not leaking. We live in a really old house. And my mom said, yeah, there's this guy down the street who's really handy, and he helped me out with it. And my dad said, well, where'd you get the money? And Mom said, well, we worked out a deal. He said either I could make him a cake for everything he fixed, or we could take a nap together.
What? Betty Crocker?
Yeah, that's right, Dan. mom said, Dad said, well, what kind of cake did you make them? And my mom said, well, who do I look like, Betty Crocker? I'm not sure, I think I nailed it for Dad, but I value my dad's opinion, I do. I called him about July and I had a serious migraine. I said, Dad, I've got a headache, I don't know what to do, it will not go away. It was beyond, like, anything. He said, put ice on it. I said, I did that and it doesn't work. He said, put Jim Beam on the ice.
Right.
Okay. Last but not least, an example of his stupidity. After I went to college, I told Dad, I want to make some real money. And Dad said, just whatever you do, don't work by the hour. Get paid salary. So I got paid salary and I told Dad, this is great. I may be able to save a little bit. He said, I don't understand it. With my salary, we buy a little radishes, a couple lettuce, we make some salad. Alright, for all you hecklers out there, my dad's favorite line is not you're a LaPrise, you'll get through it. You're a LaPrise, you're always right.
Amen! True. Damn straight.
And from Nicole, she asked me to say this, and those of you who know her will understand it. The simplest toy that even the youngest child can operate is called a grandparent. To summarize my father, I'd have to say that the difference between genius and stupidity is that genius has its limits. And if I had to pick one word in all my life to describe my father, there really is no word to describe my father. He has been my confidant. He has been there when I need him. Probably a classical example is when he met my boyfriend Tom. They took 4 hours.
God bless him.
6 hours, maybe 8 hours to meet each other. And they were in,
Hour and a half.
They were in a pool hall somewhere. And when my mom and I asked them at dinner where they were, my dad looked at me and said, you know, Tom made us stay there. I said, that's all right, Dad. And Tom looked at me and said,
You mean 15
your
years
dad made me stay there. And they looked at each other and went, did your excuse work? Made me kind of understand that they were getting along and made me real nervous. The very last thing is, I love my dad. He's a great person. I think if you look around the room, and there's a lot of nice people here, you won't find anyone more sincere and someone with more emotion or more feeling than my father.
You bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is another time to establish a tradition with the LaPrise Friars Roast. We'd this time like to call up our last roastee, Gwen LaPrise, to present a special award to Jack. Gwen?
Not you again. Oh, another cigarette, too. Hey, are you the one with the cheap house where you gotta climb the fence, get to the pool?
You know, I'm really having a good time tonight. I really am. I'm having a good time tonight.
Give me the mic.
Because the last roast, Tom, don't worry about it. They gotta pick it up out there. At the last roast, I was the designated driver. Before we presented this plaque tonight, we had...
Quiet, guys, come on.
Before we presented this plaque tonight, we had a musician friend of Jack's that was going to come down and do a solo. He does Hold That Tiger on his pants zipper. But he had a little accident backstage. So we got 2 other friends of his. May I have the plaque, please?
Thank you, brother.
Let's hear it for the Blues Brothers. Jack, if you're standing up, it's my honor and pleasure to present you with this plaque. For the people out there, it says the LaPrise Friars Rose, September 29th, 1990. Guest of honor, Jack LaPrise. Let's give him a standing ovation for Jack
Your turn. You're grounded. You're grounded. I like that. His turn.
Now.
Ah, shit. Oh, shit. Here we go.
They did send out invitations to all of you, and they did say, and this is needed, that there will be dinner served after this.
Still at table back there.
I also have to warn you.
Oh, too close to Mike, Jack.
Sounds good to me.
No, it's fine. I've been working with mics all my life. I had Mike LaPrise. Anyway, when I'm speaking, I don't want all this noise going on.
I have things to say. You have to pay attention. You gotta get the punchlines. And if anybody wants to make noise, they can come up here and take over the mic. When I'm speaking, pay attention. I'm gonna ask questions later. I did bring a few notes. You know, I didn't expect to be honored this way, and believe me, these guys, you know, you just saw the Blues Brothers. They put themselves out financially, professionally, and I think they've done one hell of a job. As you also know, this is all being videotaped. And, you know, some of you are gonna laugh at this, and I will too. But as far as the Hippers go, we're gonna laugh at them when they're funny. When they're not funny, they're gonna make, I don't want to say that word.
Don't say it, Dad.
But they will make out of themselves.
Yeah, yeah.
Starts with an A, figure it out. I brought a few notes.
You did it a couple
Because, you know, it's easy to roast Jack LaPrise.
You bet.
Because there's nothing bad to say about him, so they really had to work on this. But, as I said, I brought a few notes. I've got 12 people to take care of.
Yeah.
I don't need notes.
Yeah.
Talk it to us, Jack.
I look good in glasses, too. You got enough batteries in that camera?
Oh.
All right.
Yeah. Much better, Jack. Come on, Jack, talk it to us.
You handsome devil.
Now we're talking about, first of all, we'd like to honor the piano here, all the speakers. I thought you did a marvelous job.
Thank you,
You
Dad.
did excellent. I would also, very seriously, like to tell you how happy, I can't express happiness in having Tommy and Tangi here with us. Tangi knows how much I love her, and Tommy knows that he's my best friend.
All right.
He is number one. So I welcome the panel, all the guests out there, all my friends, both of them. And I'm going to start talking about MCs. I mean, for all you people that are not professional, MC means master of ceremonies. Now, Quinn was the master of ceremonies 10 years ago for Larry's roast. I thought he did an excellent job. He was very good. On the first roast, Quinn was sober. And the second roast was on him, and he could do what he wanted to do, but he was sober on the first roast. Norm, and I can't see him from here.
Right here, Jack.
There he is at the end of the table. Wasn't he great tonight? Norm was funny, and, you know, the thing I really enjoyed, if you guys, you'll get a videotape and you'll watch this, you'll enjoy it. I always watch these roast. That's Jim Dean.
Yeah, thanks.
I do enjoy him, but Norm on his roast, he was the MC, and he, well, at the end of the night, you know, we had the intermission. It's almost the end of the night, and Norm gets up as the MC and says, "I'd like to welcome you again to the LaPrise annual party." He welcomed people 3 or 4 times at the end of the night. You know, that's Norm's style. Now we get to Pat. LaPrise. Not my Pat.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
The other Pat is married to Quinn. Now tonight, I thought she did an excellent job as a... You know, Pat, I told her, you know, I'll take it easy on you tonight. MC is Master of Ceremonies.
Oh, mistress of ceremony.
Oh, Mistress of Ceremonies, right.
Right, Tommy.
Right, it makes more sense.
All right, Tommy.
I think of Pat as like more of mass toilet center. Mass toilet ceremonies. Like a pain in the neck.
Right.
You know, Pat is a singer, and she's the only singer I know who joins her audience and laughs before she finishes the song.
That's true.
This is a true story.
Yeah, but when you're playing with you, it's hard not to laugh.
Pat is so hung up on being an entertainer that when she looks in the mirror, she takes a vow. I would never say that was dumb.
Come on, dumb cluck, I know it.
And you guys pan on Pat and get her expressions on some of these.
Come on, you're gonna get it.
But I've had some very intelligent conversations with Pat. Very short. I remember once we were discussing Red China. And, you know, there was about 6 or 7 of us sitting at a dining room table after a few drinks. And Red China is a major issue. And Pat was just sitting there, and so I thought, you know, I thought I'd bring Pat into the conversation. And so, out of a clear blue sky, when there's a little bit of silence, I said, Pat, what do you think about Red China? And Pat's reply was, hey, guys in the gallery, hold it down. Pat said, well, she said, it's okay as long as it doesn't clash with the tablecloth.
Hey, I'm a person of
I'm kidding around. Pat is a promising singer. She should promise to stop singing.
Yeah.
No, she didn't.
You know, I think back, way back, when Pat, I mean way back.
Come on, you can't go
You know, I was the best man at their wedding. But I think back, way back, when Pat was a lush blonde.
Well, you weren't the best man.
Now she's a blonde lush. Look at her.
Ravishing brunette, right?
I do want to say, you know, we're getting into sincerity again.
God.
Hold it down, guys, because I'll take care of you.
You will.
I got the mic. We are all very happy to have Pat in our family. She has been a good mother, a good relative, and we all love her.
Yes, we do.
I mean that.
Yeah, but look at Tommy. I don't know.
Now I have to get to my sister Rosemary. You know, as far as this road goes, I usually drive my own car. But tonight, I'm being roasted, and I think they tried to make me nervous before I got here. You know, I'm cool, I'm calm, I'm collected. But they're trying to make me nervous. They had Rosemary drive me here. And I was nervous.
And you were late too, Jack.
Rosemary is the oldest member of our family.
Watch it, Jack.
Pam, guys, Pam, good Rosemary, Pam, you know.
Just touch up your head, Jack. We'll all laugh.
I'm not saying she looks the oldest, or acts the oldest. It's just a plain fact, she's old. I'm serious.
Where are you sleeping tonight?
The only whistles these days are from her teapot. No, really, Rosemary, Eleanor. Rosemary remembers, and you remember this, Rosemary remembers Howard Johnson's when they only had 2 flavors.
You want to get a motel tonight, Jack?
Rosemary remembers Heinz 57 varieties when they only had 7 varieties.
I do not like this, Jack.
And Rosemary, she's enjoying this.
No breakfast tomorrow, Jack. I'll tell you that.
You're sleeping in the streets tonight.
No, I just got in town. I've been here a day or two, just a couple days.
Staying at
And
Rosemary.
really, I am much more handsome than I am, but I didn't get much sleep because my relatives kept me up. But, you know, taking all that into consideration, I was good without glasses too, but I have to read this, some of it. But this week, the mailman dropped off a prospectus from an old age home addressed to Rosemary. Marked urgent. There's a secret to have from Rosemary on time to any social event. You know, as you noticed tonight, Rosemary thought, you know, we left late normally. She thought she may get to them, you know, we didn't, but, you know. But she drove fast and made me nervous, and we got here. But the secret to getting Rosemary to any social function on time is you just say it's an hour and a half earlier for her than the rest of the guests, and she'll be on time.
Got that right.
It's really bad because even on Sundays, Rosemary's parish priest, you know, pay attention now, guys. Rosemary's parish priest, on Sundays, he holds up the mass to make sure Rosemary can catch the end of it.
Leave Rosemary alone, Jack. Go to somebody else.
We talked about roasting Rosemary instead of Jack, which I think is a good idea. But Larry, at the end of the table, he said no. He said it would be an all-night affair, and Rosemary would be the only other one awake.
The only what?
Only one awake.
It's true.
She is the only person I can call at 3 in the morning, and she'll get it on the first ring.
Sorry, can't talk to you now.
Oh, I mean, you know, you call her during the day, and you get this, sorry, can't come to the phone right now. Hell, she's in bed sleeping. She's been up all night.
During the night, I would try that.
Rosemary has given great strength and love to her brothers and her sisters.
And this is the thing.
Nieces.
And I wouldn't say all the brothers
Where
either.
are you going to stay tonight?
All right, you want to get rough? We'll take it that way. You know, we'll let live if you want to do it that way. I mean, you know.
Am I interrupting your speech, dear Harry?
No, because I was saying something nice about you, and then you
Still locking the
interrupted.
door. You said something bad about me. That's enough, kiddo.
I think I'm gonna ride with somebody else tonight.
Well, get there. Show Caesar.
But
I'm there. You can stay at my house, Dad.
What the hell? Go for it.
I'll give you leave to speak. Go ahead, say something nice.
Hey, we heard all about Rosemary. Get on to somebody else.
He's on our pool team. We'll take him. Hurry up, Jack. Everyone's hungry.
as I started to say before I so rudely interrupted by Rosemary,
Go get him, Jack. Go get him.
Rosemary has given great strength and love to her brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews. We all love you, Rosemary.
Yes.
We all love you. tonight. Now we get to Larry.
You can skip me, I'm hungry, go down to the next one.
You guys might not realize, you know, some of you were here for the first roast, which was 10 years ago. Excuse me.
And you were drunk! My wife wanted to say something out to me.
Quinn is pulling a Jack. He is. Quinn is coming out.
Don't be like Jack.
He says keep it
Quinn,
down.
you can't do that. It's Jack's turn.
Oh, she called me over there. Who the hell are you?
You guys have to hear my phone and he needs it right now. Sorry, when the camera's not serving. All right.
The bar's open.
We started talking about Larry, my older brother, much older. You know, from the people that were here for the first roast in 1980, I received an edited tape of the first roast from Larry. I've been told he doesn't put enough strength or enough flair in his speeches. It would be better if he put his speeches in the fire. F-I-R-E, fire. Oh, Larry speaks straight from the shoulder.
Better than Jim Beam.
Too bad.
I want you to be funny now. I see you on TV. And you are funny. I want you to say something funny. You are funny. Say something funny now. You are on TV.
That's my line, Clay.
We know it so well.
Payback.
You know, Larry and I, years ago, in the General Motors building in Detroit, we were elevator operators together. That's true, the job had its ups and downs. But they had to let Larry go.
We were vertical engineers.
No, Larry was always, no. We worked together in the elevators, but they let Larry go because he was always running people down. Larry's sick humor can be very embarrassing. I took Larry to an antique shop in Maryland one time, you know. And as soon as we were in the store, Larry shouted out, "We're talking about an antique shop." Larry says, "What's new?"
Okay, I'll give you that one.
Larry, you know, Larry thinks he's a good father. His children are living proof. They all got married to get away from him. Larry had a birthday recently, August 25th.
August 25th? Come on, Jack.
Oh no, that's Rosemary's birthday.
Right.
August 10th. That's Larry's
No
birthday.
wonder I didn't get your card.
They don't come around every year, don't worry about it. Think about next year, you got something to look forward to. And some of Eleanor's friends, Eleanor's sitting right here, asked her what she was getting for him, you know. And she said, "Make me an offer." You got, you know, you gotta be fast.
You gotta think about it.
You gotta be fast.
Joker Nate.
Right.
Eleanor asked for some money for some clothes. I mean, look at her. You know, Larry being a nice guy, he told her, you know, go to the most expensive store. Pick out what you want. Then he added, but don't get caught. You know, having an older brother is really neat. I always wanted to look up to him for advice, intelligence,
Protection.
protection. At least he's taller.
Everybody is.
I got a little bit more than that, too.
Larry Quinn and I get along very well, and very good, in fact, as brothers, and there's a reason for that. We hardly ever see or talk to each other. I remember after Larry's roast in 1980, Larry picked me up in his van the next morning at Mama's house to drive me to the airport. After beating me out the night before, he had this simple question: how do you feel? Well, to tell you the truth, after that bottle of Jim Beam the night before, I never dreamed I would be around for Quinnsville's, and here I am today. It's very hard for me to think of nasty things to say about Larry, because I love him very much, and I want him to know it.
I know that, Jack.
What a nice guy!
Oh, no.
He wrote that speech for you.
Who's that
No,
son?
Who said that?
Well, Kathleen.
You know, top of the head.
She's hungry too, Jack.
The girl from Idaho, Big Kathleen.
Big Kathleen.
The reason we say that is
Say
because
old Kathleen and
we have two Kathleens in our family. Big Kathleen, my sister,
No, old Kathleen and little Kathleen.
and little Kathleen, my daughter. See?
Oh, beautiful Kathleen.
Which one?
Yeah, Tommy!
We got a pretty Kathleen and a beautiful Kathleen.
Good work, Tom. You scored some points.
Okay, Tom, when you're finished, I'll start.
Okay, go ahead, beautiful pretty
I
guy.
won't buy any baseball cards from you.
Who what?
What has blood and what has grown?
I still love you.
Anyway, Kathleen, she's a real hand. I mean, who the hell is going to travel all the way from Idaho to see herself on television? Because they're doing a videotape, you know. Now here's another singer. She had discontinued singing because
What do you mean discontinue? I jam
well,
when they
she
want me to.
discontinued singing because of her throat.
Professionally anymore.
Because of your throat, you discontinued singing.
What throat?
Her audience threatened to cut it. No, seriously. Being serious now, she sang with a five-piece band in Idaho. They only knew 5 pieces.
Nasty boy.
But, you know, one of Kathleen's, and, you know, we go way back, one of her last professional appearances was at a theater. And, she, you know,
No way, man.
she drew a line 3 blocks long. And then they took her chalk away.
Oh, Jack, I'm so
Jack.
nice to you, I gotta rewrite my speech.
All right.
Can we
start
Now, okay, John, we can't skip you. You know, John is
Yeah,
going to get a copy of
listen,
this
he's
video.
gotta see the video.
So,
John,
you know,
He
poor
was
John.
lucky, he had teeth.
John, I'm talking to you now. Poor John, he's married to this gal. You know, he's a professor in Idaho right now. He couldn't make it because he has a class Monday night. But he never argues with her. He might win. And then he'd really be in trouble. You know, just a month ago, she wanted to go to the ocean side. They live in Idaho, a lot of mountains. Last month, she claimed that the mountain air was disagreeing with her. She wanted to go to the ocean side.
It's only the next state, it's Oregon. My God, how far can you go?
John couldn't believe how the
I'm not gonna like this, I know it right now.
Who wrote your speech?
Get it straight, Jack.
Okay, go,
Put your glasses on, Jack.
Yeah, read
You know, like I said, she wanted to go to the ocean side last month, claiming that the mountain air was disagreeing with her. He couldn't believe how dare her to disagree. The mountain air.
Come on, guys.
Once John, this is classic, now pay attention now. This is real.
You're funny. I seen you on TV. something funny, okay? Say something funny for the people. You look good. I just seen you on TV upstairs. You look good. Are you finished, Jack? Are you finished?
Don't finish, Jack. Say it like it is. Make it look easy.
You know, when John complained, John doesn't complain very much because, you know, they have a pretty good relationship. But Kathleen's husband, John, complained once. He says, "You're driving me crazy. You're driving me crazy. Kathy, you're driving me crazy." She had the car in front of the house in 1 minute. He didn't say you're driving me crazy. He says you're driving me to my grave. And then she put the car in front of the house.
Ad lib.
Better.
Yeah, I think it's better to read this damn stuff, you know. See what I was trying to do. I've only had 2 days, and everybody else had 2 days to prepare, so I had to do it all in 2 days. One thing I'd say about Kathleen is she can talk.
Take them all in one word, Jack. Just say thanks.
Kathleen not only has the last word when you talk, but she has the last 5,000 words. Generally speaking, she is generally speaking. No, seriously. Is she breathtaking? Every few hours she stops and takes a breath. Then I have to tell John, no, all this is
Hey, no life!
You are funny. You are really funny. Oh, you are really funny. Oh, can you be funny for the people? Remember,
Work on it, Jack. You're bombing on
slip on your tie. Yeah.
Hey, Jack, I'll get you a show on the Carson show.
What'd you say, Pat?
I said, don't worry, your kids will need it too.
Go.
All right, I have to say something serious now. John, I've loved Kathleen all my life. I've never changed. I never will. I love you. Oh my gosh, where the hell did this come from? This is Audrey. Oh, that's weird.
Number 6.
Good, Kathleen. Don't do that. Thank you.
Rochelle. Little Rochelle. Where is she? Where is she? There she is. Doesn't she look nice?
Yes.
You look nice tonight, Rochelle. I remember Rochelle when she was very little. She was born in the hospital at 3 pounds, 13 ounces. And that is tiny. It's amazing that 3 pounds, 12 ounces was body fat, and 1 ounce was brain tissue. Yeah, that's been hard for Rochelle, Vicky. Even in today's time, to pretend that she knows what other people are talking about. The only person that speaks on Rochelle's level is Quinn.
Very good, Sam. That's going to be
Rochelle has very photogenic though, and somebody covered this already, but it works. Rochelle sent me a picture 15 years ago. I put it in my basement, and we haven't had a rat in our basement for 15 years. The only problem is it's spooky as hell when I go down there at night. If Rochelle ever tells you the story of lights going on in her car, I'm talking about a parked car. She's in a house, and all of a sudden these lights come on in her car and they go out, and then they look out the window and the lights come on again and they go out. Now, Michelle has told the story many times. She was at a funeral in Bellevue, Michigan. That's the first time Michelle ever drank whiskey.
Go get him, Keller.
Michelle also has a musical, hidden musical talent. The best of us keeps hiding it. Yeah, of course, trying real hard, but I've been worked over by experts.
I know why you picked it though.
You know, Michelle went to a dentist in Detroit for like a checkup. We're talking about a dentist in Detroit, and Michelle went there for a checkup. They turned her down for bad breath. No, I mean, this is true. No, this leads up to her trip to Scotland. She got freaked out when in Scotland. So she decided to go to Scotland and have her teeth checked there because it was free. But she got the bad news when she got to Scotland. And really, I mean, her fillings were hurt when it was drilled into her that her wisdom teeth would take too many years to develop. Wisdom.
Yeah, we got it, Jay, we got it.
I'm dealing with a slow crowd here. I can't help it anymore.
The drunk crowd.
I understand you people have something to drink, but you gotta get with it. Let's get fast.
Okay.
Jack Prickles.
No, but when she came back, she was so distraught that she sought psychiatric treatment. She went to her psychoanalyst, and he wanted to charge her double, and she had to pay a double price for the psychoanalyst. Because he had to buy a sectional college because she had a split personality. I love you, Rochelle. Now for the guy that hasn't been up here for a while, his name is Quinn. Anybody know who Quinn is? Have you seen him recently? We're gonna get you, Quinn. Quinn Papp
Me too. Oh, come on. You got me already.
came to my house in Marinette, and I had to play in a rock band that Saturday night. So,
There was no driveway.
I reserved a table for Pat and Quinn between the... We got a food table and a pinball machine.
Wait, what was that? I didn't hear that.
Not a fight. A little guy. What about the little guy?
Now, Tommy will understand this.
Maybe not.
Quinn and Pat's marriage had what we call a beef stew marriage.
Oh, yeah?
She's always beefy,
He's always
and he's always
Yeah.
stupid.
Once in a while they get a boil off.
Now, if you want to get Quinn's attention at a party, Quinn, go to a social function where Quinn is. You want to get his attention, pretend you're a bartender.
That'll work. That'll work. I'd have tried
Quinn
it.
tried to write a drinking song. You know, he claims Larry writes songs, but Quinn tried to write a drinking song once, but he couldn't get past the first two bars.
That's good. I like that.
Quinn will sit in a bar all day and keep asking people for the time. Every few minutes he wants to know time it is. He can't figure out why he always gets different answers.
It's Miller time. That's the only answer he wants.
Don't forget about bourbon.
My brother Quinn, if he had a chance to go to college, he would have graduated magna cum laude.
Oh, shut up, Steve.
Here's a guy that never has a hangover. He's drunk all the time.
Danny.
This guy is classified as 4A. Alcoholics Anonymous has turned him down 4 times.
And I'm glad.
Oh, I see my name on it.
Getting back to their marriage, Pat and Quinn.
Oh, no. Me
Pat told Quinn, you know, marriage is a 50-50 proposition. But Quinn doesn't know a damn thing about fractions.
That's true. Thank you.
Brother's funny, what happened to you?
Getting to my sweet, loving wife, Audrey. Don't forget the pan, guys.
Yeah.
Get the reaction on
It
that
doesn't
lovely
cost
face.
anything to be nice.
This could get you in divorce court.
Audrey actually is one of the most fortunate girls I know alive today.
All right.
I thought so.
No, she was married to me. I've been able to teach Audrey many things, like housework,
Oh, thrilling.
cooking.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 32 years later, she forgot all her lessons.
Oh, Audrey, don't ever cook another
I'm
meal.
constantly going through the house picking up after her.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Audrey's version of hard work is making her bed at bedtime.
Well, she's just got to get in. What's the point of
She
making
likes to save me money when I go to the grocery store. She gives me coupons. You know, 50 cents off. We buy things we don't even use, but they're 50 cents off. As a mother, she never worries about her children. She never gives them motherly advice. The poor kids are completely on their own. Some people love the smell of a good cigar. Audrey loves the smell of cigarette smoke.
Why? Why?
Because every time I go to smoke a cigarette in the living room, she says, I can't stand it. They got this cancer scare out now. There's only a few of us left. You know, Audrey has nothing to wear, and she's got 4 closets full of clothes and 2 beds. We do have a lovely, almost 2.5 years old granddaughter, Nicole,
Here we go, Jack. Bragging again.
who spends a great deal of time with us. I love her.
Of course.
Sometimes I have to leave her alone with Audrey for a few hours. And I come back. And you know,
You're funny. We laugh at you. We laugh at you. You're funny. Hey. Say something funny.
you see how I did it once, he's got to do it 3 times. He still hasn't.
Jack, start over. I didn't hear the first part.
Hey. You're funny. I seen you on TV upstairs. You were looking so...
I saw him in the bathroom upstairs.
Guys, don't get a little mad. I hit you with my purse. Anyway, I'm talking about Nicole. You know, I had to leave her alone with Audrey for a few hours. Usually she goes to Big Boy with me and have coffee. She's very loquacious. The kid talks. I mean, she amazes people the way she talks. I left her with Audrey for a few hours. I came home and she was mad. Nicole was mad. I mean, a little 2.5-year-old kid mad. And she's walking around the house saying, damn it, damn it, damn it. We're talking about a 2.5-year-old kid. I don't know where she learned it.
But damn it, I'm gonna find out. Dad is 2.5 and they weren't even grandchildren.
Audrey,
Yes, sir. Aye,
you've been a good wife, mother, and grandmother.
Probably be the last one.
And I love you. now. You know, it's hard for me to think of anything bad about my children, since they are all a reflection of me. Good. Although they do have some of these traits.
You got their sense of humor.
Now, Dan is still awake. He's probably
He was sitting here, I don't know.
He's probably passed out with Benson on the front lawn. No, that was the first one. But Dan is a con artist.
Put it on a show.
Dan can con anybody into giving him a job. My son Dan is going to make a Guinness World Book of Records.
There he is! There he is!
Dan, pay attention, guys. Question. But you will make a Guinness World Book of Records.
Danny, sit down.
For having the most jobs in 1 year. He believes in party time and hard work. Lately, he's been working harder at party time. You know, I told Danny, I said, hard work never hurt anyone. But Danny said to me, he said, but Dad, I don't want to be the first victim.
Not taking any chances on that.
Oh, for Christ's sake, you laughed at that? Gee.
Danny has done work from top to bottom. Putting roof on a house, to washing windows in the mine shaft. Love you, Dan. Now, what happened to Mike?
Here he is. Jack. Where's Mike? He's right on the gate.
Okay, here we got Mike. Mike is a real party animal. Mike is a real party animal.
What you gotta say about me, huh?
Mike likes to move around, you know. Mike has moved 3 times in the last week. Mike has moved 3 times in the last week. All his possessions are in a duffel bag. He's in the landscaping business. His motto is, travel light and carry a big shovel. Now, I gotta tell you a little story about this involves Mike. And it involves Dan. One night about 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, 3 in the morning, this is a true story. I'm sound asleep and I hear a knock on my bedroom door. Here's Dan. Big Dan, you know. Dan. There's a rat up in my bedroom. Dad, there's a rat in my bedroom. He's got big eyes, he's got big ears, and he's staring right at me. So, you know, I can't figure rats being in my house, but if Dan says there's a rat in his bedroom with big eyes and big ears, I go up there and I'll try and help him out. So I get up. 30 seconds later, Mike is coming down the stairs. I said, Dad, it's all taken care of. Mike loves animals. He has 2 baby rabbits up in his room. One got away, he got in my daddy's room. I mean, it was kind of spooky. Well, we're talking about Mike right now. I gotta tell you this too. One night,
That's enough.
another 3 o'clock in the morning, there's a hell of a terrible crash upstairs. I mean, a real heavy crash. We're talking about, wow. There was glass and water all over the floor in Mike's room. Glass and water. I mean, the electric light bulbs were running through the water. Mike had a major big aquarium up there. And Mike walks in his sleep. He talks in his sleep. And he got up and he smashed this aquarium and it broke in the water and glass was all over the floor.
Hey, Jack.
So we went upstairs. I said, Mike, don't move, you know, you put your feet in the water, you get electrocuted. I said, Mike, don't move. I said, but Dad, I said, I just turned in the corner. That's a true story.
Keep it up, and he didn't say the magic word yet.
See this? I put up with this for 18 years.
Hello, Quinn and Mike.
Whoa, he's holding his own, Gwen. He's holding. Thank you.
Seeing
We get down to the girl that went through all the heckling when she was a little Kathleen.
Yeah.
You go next to Larry, can you pan? Get that beautiful expression on Kathleen's face. Oh, thank you so much, Mother Kathleen. For some of you that really know Kathleen, what can I say when she's not talking? I'm just going to talk constantly. Since Kathleen moved to Detroit and talks to Audrey and Marinette, my wife, the AT&T stock has gone way up. You know, Kathleen learned sick humor from her Uncle Larry. I'm talking about sick humor. Uncle Larry. Now she spends more time with having the show because the show's the only one that'll laugh at her jokes.
Because Michelle is sharp.
Kathleen has a real cute apartment though. It's wall-to-wall carpet seating.
Carpet seating?
You have to sit on the floor on the carpet. I mean, it's neat. She's the only one of my children that went to college. Kathleen went to college, the only one of my family.
The brain.
Let's have a little round of applause.
The brain. For all the brains, man.
Now Kathleen is catching up to the rest of us in education.
Back. Oh, God. Ain't gonna work.
I love you too, Kathleen. Now, you know, I gotta cover, you know, give me 12 people to cover this.
If it doesn't work, you
I'm
can't.
getting hungry too.
Yeah.
Ann Rainey is my other daughter, which is, she's pregnant. She has a little girl, Nicole, my granddaughter. She's gonna give me either a grandson or a granddaughter.
You better love the next one just as
But
much.
she's got Ann Rainey, I wish she was here, because she's got a terrific sense of humor, and it's too bad she couldn't be here to display it. She would probably laugh at all of you trying to find something funny about me. You know?
She'd laugh at your stupid jokes.
Just the thought of it is funny. I'll give you an example of Ann Rainey's humor. When we were flying back from Las Vegas, we took two girls with us, and we had to change planes in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we took off, and all the flying I've done, this is the first time it's happened to me, but the plane, you know, we had to wait about 6 planes to get onto the takeoff pad. And then the plane took off, the breathless engines started moving, and all of a sudden, they're putting the brakes on. I mean, we're trying to take off, and Pollock slams the brakes on. He aborted the takeoff. I've had aborted landings, but I've never had an aborted takeoff. This was serious. I mean, we didn't know how far the runway was. We didn't know if he was plane in his path, crossing or whatever. He slammed the brakes on, and then he said, well, we have a problem. We don't know what it is. We will decide whether we stay on this plane or deplane. So we're sitting there, and these people with me are scared. I mean, they are nervous. Because it was a scary thing to go through that, and then they're deciding whether we're going to stay in this plane or not. So it's complete silence in the plane. Everybody's nervous. Anne Marie just came back from Las Vegas and says, hey, Dad, I'll lay you 3-1 that we can still use this plane. Then she said, hey, Dad, I'll give you even money if you use this plane to crash. That's Anne Marie. Everybody's quiet. We're having a ball. Then all of a sudden she says, hey, Dad, did you ever see that movie Airport? Next thing I know, she's saying, hey, and it was Friday the 13th. She said, Dad, this is Friday the 13th. I thought this is plane number 13. You know, again, people are really trying to ignore us, but they are nervous. And then all of a sudden, it's quiet for a long And we flew this to Las Vegas when she was pregnant again. And at that time she was in state early to flight. Northwest Airlines presented her with a flag. Pay attention out there. Okay, I'm gonna you guys take over the mic now. Kathleen, you be quiet. We have a little silence here.
The time for the rosary yet?
It's funny how people pay attention when they're on. Who's trying to perform now? Me.
Right. Hey, how do you like those extra inches up there, huh?
Anyway, Anne Marie, when we flew to Las Vegas, she was pregnant and she got a plaque from Northwest Airlines for the most flying time in the ladies' restroom on an airplane.
They're gonna cut you up again. You got her already.
You people are sick.
Had to be there.
Come on, get a good joke, all right?
When got it? Sick, yes.
What? Sick joke.
It was good.
Now we can get into the heavy stuff, Patrick.
Yeah, all right.
No!
Go get it, Jack. Yeah.
Stop!
Patrick, Audrey says, sit down, let's get this over with.
She said that to me.
But Patrick is gradually becoming older than his older brothers.
Good shot of the light up there, pal.
Because all the partying that Dan and Mike did, it took 5 or 10 years. Pat covered that territory in 3 years. Pat found himself a house recently. Mine. He has half my basement, where he stores his furniture. He's made a stereo room out of my dining room. He has his own bedroom. And he's made the laundry room smaller now by throwing all his clothes in it. He has 2 cars. 2 cars. And probably wishes I hadn't torn down my garage. You know, with both of his cars, he's managed to keep in touch with the police departments of 2 states. Wisconsin and Michigan. I really think he got the second car with his guys. Pat is good to his mother. Pat is good to his mother.
Nah, quit bullshitting. No, you're bullshitting.
Really,
Why is he lying? Why is he lying?
No, he lets her use the washer, the dryer when he's not using it, you know. He likes to surprise his dad. He likes to surprise me. The long distance calls on a telephone. We love you, Pat.
All right.
Now, since I had to go through this mess because you guys asked me to do it, you guys want to pan in on his face now like my glasses on. I do want to say that the 1980 roast, the 1988 roast, the 1990 roast, these are all pieces of history. As you get older, you're going to enjoy them, as I do. And I will give you just briefly a couple examples. In 1980, my mother was alive, and I can watch and see my mother on video. In 1988, we had a very good cousin of ours, Ken Owen, and he was funny, and he was on the video. And so, you know, it's kind of neat that we have. It's better than the photograph, it's live, and it's real. And I want to thank everybody for, you know, paying attention with it and eating.
fantastic job. You put up with a whole lot of crap from us, but we do love you, Jack, and we do think you're a fantastic musician. Now, before we go, we only have a few minutes today, so I want to rush this a little bit. We are going to present him with a pin. Since it's all over, he is now a veteran roastie, and he will be in a position to pick the next person who is our victim. I would like to pin this on his shirt or his jacket. In the meantime, I would like you people to line up over here. We would like a documentation of all the people that came to honor Jack tonight. If you would line up as Jack's music. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to thank a few people. I'll make this fast because there's a whole list of people and we're kind of rushed. Okay. Our thanks to LaPrise for the original idea of the roast that originated in 1980. To Norm for keeping it alive and for Judy for her support. For the last 10 years, Norm has been working on this. To Kevin and Carrie for allowing us to use their beautiful voice. Kevin and Roy for the video. Tommy and Tangi, thank you so much for coming to Larry, who wrote the song with me, I really appreciate it. As silly as it was, we had fun with it. To Pam and Ben, our bartenders, thank you so much. We really enjoyed having you here. To Norman, Brandon, and Vincent's son, Anthony, I'm sorry, what's the matter with me? I have Wayne written down here, but Wayne was babysitting, so Norman is babysitting, Wayne, Vincent, and Brandon are here, serving us all night long. Thank you so much. So, a special guest on our speakers. I'm going to put this on him. Please line up over here. As Jack's music plays, we would like to get you on film. Thank you very much for coming.
Congratulations, Pastor and Rosalie. No, you did a great job. The black and the beauty kids. I tried to find them. I just had to write it. Yeah. He's fine. You did a good job setting them up. I think I'll have it. Who's this gal behind me?
Hey, Joe, where's the camera?
You know that gal? I've been around. I've been working over by experts. To see you. Nice guy. Yeah. Take care of that gal. It's all safe for his, but you guys did it. Every year, a little bit more. I didn't know I did. Okay, take care. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's not a roast beef. Where's Patrick? Hi, how are you? Let's try to make my way here. Okay, honey, we got 5 minutes. That's right. This is about all the tape you got. This is a big deal for you. Hey, anything to roast one of my uncles. You got him. This will look good on you.
So we're gonna play it back. Hey, you were a good roast fan. Okay.
Hey, where's, come on, get some music going. Get some music going.
I'll switch it. You're about 5 minutes over.